Good evening. Good evening. We're going to call to order this special meeting of the Durham Public Schools Board of Education, Thursday, January 19th, 2023. We're going to begin our meeting as we do with a moment of silence, please. Thank you. Before we move on to our agenda, I want to acknowledge that we have our two board members joining us virtually. Board Chair Bettina Umstead is online. I'll give her a moment to check her mic.
Good evening, everyone. Glad to be here.
Thank you. And Board Member Javanya Lewis is with us as well, virtually.
Hey, good evening. Can you hear me?
We hear you loud and clear. Thank you both. All right, board members, we are on item 3, agenda review and approval.
Mr. Chair, I would like to ask that we amend the agenda to move item 5, academic services, growing together elementary rules, to item 4, above the general public comment.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved by Ms. Byer and seconded by Ms. Rogers that we move item 5 up ahead of general public comment, and general public comment will happen right afterwards. This will give our administration a chance to make any statements they wish to make. Is there any further discussion on the amended agenda? We'll do a roll call vote since we have virtual participants. Ms. Umstead?
My name is Bettina Umstead, and I vote aye.
Ms. Lewis?
This is Javanya Lewis. I vote aye.
Ms. Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Byer?
Aye.
Ms. Chavez?
Aye.
Ms. Valladares?
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. The agenda is amended. Item 4 will be academic services, growing together elementary rules. Dr. Hardy.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Umstead, Vice Chairman Sears, board members, and Dr. Mavinga. For our community and our board, we have included in the public packet the materials that were presented at the January work session last week. This evening, we will highlight a few items to provide clarity and address some of the questions received from our board and community. At this time, I would like to ask the members of the Growing Together project team to stand. Thank you. The Growing Together initiative is directly aligned to the board's current strategic plan. Tonight, we are bringing recommendations that honor the board's core beliefs of equity and supporting the whole child. These recommendations intend to meet the goals of diversity, equity, access, and growth. This plan addresses the structural inequities, imbalances, and efficiencies that date back to merger over 30 years ago. Our proposal will increase the number of pre-K seats for students in Durham Public Schools, increase the number of special program classrooms for our students who have more severe disabilities, and reduce their transportation times both to and from school, and increases access for every Durham Public School student by ensuring that all elementaries, with the exception of W.G. Pearson, have a geographical base, reimagining neighborhood schools for Durham. All elementary students will have access to visual and performing arts, world language weekly, and STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math integration. At this time, I would like to review some of the key points of the proposal and address a few questions from last week. I'll give our technology team on page 43 of the public packet, slide 41, if we could pull that up, please. All 4th and 5th graders will remain at their current school. If 4th and 5th graders want to go to another school, they will work with the Office of Student Assignment within our current transfer policy. Younger siblings in grades K through 3 may request through the Office of Student Assignment to remain with their older sibling. Please note that these requests may be granted. However, we do have our K-3 class size legislation, and that restricts the number of students in those classrooms. I would also like to note that the Growing Together initiative believes that program continuity is necessary to support students' academic, social, and emotional well-being. And the rules developed honor this belief for students currently participating in our application programs. This specifically includes students that are in the current upper level of our dual language immersion program. Given existing enrollment information, we will be able to provide continued program enrollment for Montessori, International Baccalaureate, and year-round students in their region of eligibility. For students who want to remain in these programs, the Office of Student Assignment will work directly with schools to create a streamlined process for those students. Next, Little River. Little River will be transitioning to K-5 Montessori beginning in the 2024-25 year. And Montessori will be beginning with all pre-K and kindergarten students, as well as one lower elementary classroom for grades 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. The remaining classrooms will continue as traditional classrooms, and teachers will be needed to support our students in those classrooms. Training for Montessori will occur during the school day, and staff will be compensated for time beyond the instructional day. The Office of Human Resources will support staff who would like to transition to another Durham Public Schools location. We are making the following update to the recommendation regarding Little River and their middle school program. Due to the small number of middle school students, Little River will only offer K-5 instruction beginning the 2024-25 academic year. Therefore, the current 4th grade students will attend their base middle school or their assigned school through the application process if they choose to apply for a lottery seat. I want to acknowledge that some of these comments may have been focused on programs that may impact a smaller number of DPS students. Here in Durham Public Schools, we value each and every student and their family. Growing Together is about all of DPS and ensuring that we are able to improve equitable access for our children. This is about DPS, not just one individual program or one individual school. It is about setting the stage for long-term growth and enrollment and preparing DPS graduates that are ready to innovate, serve, and lead in the Durham community, nationally, and globally. Board members, tonight, this item is before you for action. The Growing Together project team looks forward to answering questions as you discuss this item. And at this time, I will turn it back over to Vice Chairman Sears.
Thank you, administration. Board members, we're going to move to amended item 5, general public comment. I'm going to have a few statements here before we begin. The Durham Public Schools Board of Education wishes to extend a warm welcome to everyone who is joining us this evening, both in person and online. The purpose of this meeting is to inform our parents, staff, and constituents about the work aligned with our mission to embrace, educate, and empower every student to serve and lead. The interpreters for tonight are Martha Romo-Regiles and Marty Ramirez. We appreciate you being here. I'm going to read the rules for public comment. First, please state your name when you come to the mic. If speaking for an organization, please state your name and the name of the organization. Second, speakers are asked to present their comments in a specified time. Given that we have over 45 public comments, we are going to limit the time this evening to 2 minutes per speaker. When the yellow light comes on, you have 30 seconds left to start winding up your remarks. When the red light comes on, it will beep, which indicates your time is up. Complaints about named staff, students, or parents should not be voiced in open session. However, we are very interested in hearing your concerns with regard to public education, safety of students, or to the operation of the school system. If you need translation while making public comment, simply request that when you come to the microphone. If we have side-by-side translation, the time of 2 minutes will be doubled to 4 minutes to provide time for one language and then adequate time for the translation. I'm going to speak briefly about concession of time. Speakers are allowed to concede their time to other speakers. However, if there is a group of speakers, the group of concessions will not exceed 6 minutes. So we have a policy that discusses groups of 4 can receive up to 6 minutes. That means for tonight, first speaker, second speaker, third speaker concede. We're not going to 8, 10, 12 minutes. It is 6 minutes for the group. I also want to speak about maintaining order during this meeting. We ask that everyone in the room be respectful of all speakers, regardless of your views on the content being provided. Last meeting, at the end of the meeting, we had some behavior that will not be tolerated this meeting. That kind of behavior can lead to folks being asked to leave the space and to speakers being asked to have additional time to make their point. Please be respectful of everyone in the space this evening. Finally, the board members will listen carefully and consider the comments, but we do not engage in discussion with speakers. After public comment, we have our own board discussion on this agenda item, and that will conclude the meeting. Our first speaker this evening. I appreciate everyone's patience with pronunciation. Candace Diamond. And I'm going to announce the next 2 speakers so that you can be prepared to address the podium. Beth Rudd Myers will be our second speaker, and Mackenzie Fisher will be our third speaker.
Good evening, Dr. Mubega, members of the board. My name is Candace Diamond. I have been a Little River teacher. I've been a Durham Public Schools educator for 18 years. And I am representing the staff of Little River K-8 school. Goal 3A of Durham Public Schools' current strategic plan is to, quote, reduce the teacher turnover rate to below 14.3%, end quote. Just yesterday, via social media, DPS shared the message that, quote, you belong in Durham Public Schools, end quote. The inaction this week from our district's leadership directly contradicts that idea. At last week's board meeting, members of our staff stood right here and told you that as a result of that Growing Together initiative, over 96% of our staff will be seeking new employment. Since then, no one in this room has made an effort to share the plan that affects our entire school until this evening when Dr. Hardy spoke. How can it be said that we belong in Durham Public Schools if 127 individuals are allowed to represent the 14,264 pre-K through 5th grade students in our district and all of their families? How can it be said that we belong in Durham Public Schools if 11 out of the 32 elementary schools were not even represented in that collection of data? The message that I hear is this: you belong in Durham Public Schools if you don't want to be heard. You belong in Durham Public Schools if you want to be ignored. And best of all, you belong in Durham Public Schools if busing is more important than our children. Members of the board, I strongly encourage you to vote no tonight.
Thank you.
And take the time needed.
That's the end of your time. Thank you. Next speaker is Beth Rudd Myers, followed by Mackenzie Fisher and Erica McCray.
Hi, Hi, my name is Beth Rudd Myers, and I'm a parent of a first and fourth grader at Club Boulevard Elementary. I'm asking you before voting to clarify the rules regarding legacy students at schools such as Club that in addition to having new boundaries are also losing their subject area magnet. The proposed policy states that students attending an application magnet school who do not reside in their current school's updated boundary must reapply in the lottery to the comparable program for their region. Students will be provided priority in the lottery. The problem is there is no comparable program for us anymore because we're losing our humanities magnet. So we don't know. We don't know if our students, even if we're still in the zone, will have access to priority. And we've been trying to get this information and have no sense of clarity. We need to know so that we can plan for what we would think is best for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Mackenzie Fisher, followed by Erica McCray, followed by Jennifer Harrison.
My name is Mackenzie Fisher, and I'm conceding my time to Erica McCray.
Hello, everyone. I'm Erica McCray, and I represent Little River, but I also represent all teachers. So with that said, let's play a game. We are going to play Guess That Essential Appliance. Okay, so this is really easy. I'm going to say the clues, and you're going to guess which essential appliance I'm referring to. Hint number 1. I hold ice packs that are used daily for real and imagined injuries. Hint number 2. I contain healthy snacks and meals for students who often do not have access to them at home. Hint number 3, I hold the only meal available to an exhausted teacher who works with no lunch coverage or the ability to leave her class for more than 6 hours straight, which is illegal, by the way. Hint number 4, I contain materials for science experiments and extension activities to extend learning. Hint number 5, I am apparently safe enough to be kept in college dorm rooms, but apparently not classrooms. Can you guess which essential appliance I am? You win! But you win even more. You win the opportunity to allow us to keep our refrigerators in our classroom. You keep your refrigerator. You keep your refrigerator. Bonus prize. Also, microwaves. You get to keep the microwaves too. Yay! Triple bonus prize. Here it is. This is a solid suggestion from Little River teachers to you. You can keep the funds that you would like to spend on training us to be Montessori teachers and all that money that you would spend on all those Montessori materials, and you can use it to improve the infrastructure so that we can then keep all of our appliances and they wouldn't cause an issue with anything at all. And then everybody wins. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Harrison, followed by James Guptill, followed by Alyssa Platts.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Harrison, and I'm a teacher at Moorhead Montessori. I'm not here to talk about buses or changes in school assignment, although I do understand the frustration of our families. I know that growing together is a difficult path, and I commend the school system for taking on this challenge. The Growing Together plan includes expanding and changing our magnet programs. I am in the middle of my Montessori training. So far, I've been in training for 4 weeks in the summer and once every weekend for 2 years. I have countless hours of coursework to complete to finish the program. All of this is unpaid. It is difficult, but excellent training. I know I'll be a better teacher if I'm allowed to implement what I've learned, but it's not easy. 9 teachers from Durham were supposed to start training when I did. After 1 year, 3 were left in the program. Moorhead has had 4 classroom teacher vacancies until just 1 month ago. We have a great school, a great staff and community and leadership, but classroom teachers annually cite the stress of the training and blending the Montessori philosophy and curriculum with district requirements as the reason for leaving. I hope there's a really good plan for keeping this from continuing to happen. If we move forward with this, we need district leadership that understands our magnet programs and values the time that teachers are giving to train and values their expertise as educators after the training. I hope the Growing Together plan includes consulting people at the school level as they build new and refresh old magnet programs. I hope district leaders will value and learn the programs and not just put the name Montessori or IB or dual language on the school sign. Please make sure there's a clear and thoughtful plan to ensure the success of these programs.
Thank you. Our next speaker is James Guptill, followed by Alyssa Platt and Teresa Dow Blackinson.
Good evening. My name is James Guptill, and I have a kindergartner at George Watts. I do not envy anyone tasked with redistricting a school system. I grew up less than a mile from here when this building was still Hillendale Elementary, but I was districted to Holt Elementary, so I know it's a challenge. However, it makes no sense geographically to call everything north of 85 one region. My child attends George Watts, which is a very short drive from my house. Not only is it a quick drive to school, but its proximity to my house has made it easy to attend PTA meetings and parent-teacher conferences. Our proximity to her classmates makes attending birthday parties no problem at all. Because I work an hourly wage, I will not be able to take off work to attend PTA meetings and parent-teacher conferences at Little River. My daughter will be attending a school where the majority of her classmates don't live anywhere near her. The bus ride she takes will probably be an hour or longer every day. The location of her new school, which I'm not even sure will actually be able to provide a Montessori education since there are apparently no teachers there that want to teach it, would be a logistical and financial burden for my family. I ask that you delay the vote to reconsider honoring legacy students and also reconsider the regions as they are currently drawn up. I have a lot of respect for the teachers at Little River. My father was also a public school teacher. I understand their frustrations, but if they don't want to provide a Montessori education to my kids, I don't want my kids to receive that education from them. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alyssa Platt, followed by Teresa Dow Blackinson and Jessica Abramson.
I'm Alyssa Platt. Thank you for everything you do. I want to cede my time to Teresa Dow Blackinson.
Very good. You'll have 4 minutes, Teresa.
My name is Teresa Dow Blackington, and I'm a Club Boulevard parent and the PTA president. Club is a school that ticks all the boxes of what Growing Together is supposedly aiming for. Diverse, sought out by families of color, families of varying socioeconomic status, Spanish-speaking families, and LGBTQIA+ families. With a humanities program that has received national recognition, an active community, committed teachers, and strong academics. This didn't happen overnight. We, including many of you on the board, worked hard for it. We should be a model for Growing Together, yet we are essentially being dismantled, losing our programming, as well as what looks to be up to 50 to 75% of our current student body, though no one seems to be able to actually provide us with any numbers. We are transforming from a school with an amazing humanities program that benefits all 400 of our students to a school with a program that will serve 24 students per grade. It just doesn't make sense. And no one can tell us what the club of 24-25 will look like. We have been entirely left out of the conversation about assignment schools. The proposed rules state that students attending an application school who do not reside in their current school's updated boundary must reapply in the lottery to the comparable program from their region. Is there any program for which club students will have priority? The proposed plan states that if a child is assigned to a base school with a special program they don't want, they may opt out for a traditional school in their zone. Would club qualify as a traditional school in this case, considering that DLI is a program within the school and only begins with kindergarten? And what happens to dance and cultural studies and Friday clubs and our open access library, all made possible through our magnet funds? And what happens to our teachers when one class a year is replaced with a DLI class? And what happens to the community that we have built and invested in over many, many years when the majority of that community is displaced? Is there really no way to allow our current students to stay and finish out their tenure? These are not just details or things to be figured out later. These are the things that matter to our community, the things that families are trying to figure out to determine whether to stay even next year or seek out a more stable option for their family. The things we need to know to recruit students for next year, so we don't lose funds and staff due to low enrollment. Currently, we have a very small walk zone from which students can automatically come to club. The rest come through the lottery, but who's going to apply when they have to switch out the next year? We need funds to get these students here, and we need to be able to tell these students what club will look like. We need to know what is going to rise from the ashes after you burn club down. While this process may have taken years in total, this last piece feels rushed and incomplete with missing details and overlooked consequences. Our ask is simple. Please listen. Please listen to our entire community, not a small portion of it, who was able to make meetings during 1 week at one specified time with very little communication. Please work with us to find a way to maintain and even grow these aspects that make our schools special. Please take the time to get this right. Please keep what makes so many of us proud to be Club Boulevard manatees. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jessica Abramson, followed by Linda Yu and Paige McCullough.
My name's Jessica Abramson, and I cede my time to Linda Yu.
Good evening, board and members, members of the DPS administration. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your time. My name is Linda Yu. We have 4 children, a 7th grader, a 4th grader, and a kindergartner, and they are all at Durham Public Schools. Our youngest will be entering pre-K the fall of 2024. Our family is in support of Growing Together's vision of fostering diversity, equity, and access to all of DPS programs. We also recognize that our family comes from a place of more privilege and access than many in our community. Our ask to the board tonight is that you please delay your vote on the rules of access. Reason number 1, we are deeply concerned that if you vote tonight, your decision will be based upon severe errors with transportation data and justification. Transportation has been cited as the driving factor behind the aggressive timeline of reassigning legacy students. However, the values provided counted both base school miles and new school miles for Growing Together savings. In addition, you've been told that running 2 school systems has an escalator cost, but this is incorrect. Student miles will decrease each year that legacy students phase out. You've been provided incorrect data to support your vote that will drastically disrupt students' lives, hundreds, thousands of students. Please delay your vote. Number 2, we are deeply concerned that if you vote tonight, your decision will accept and be complicit in the lack of consistent district-wide inclusion during this process, particularly in the last 9 months. For example, the Growing Together regional workshop surveys do not have any input from 11 schools. 6 of these 11 unrepresented schools have 99% of their students receiving free and reduced lunch. Is it because they didn't know about the session, they didn't attend the session, or they didn't submit the survey? We don't know. Just because DPS use flyers, automated phone calls, emails, and social media doesn't mean that the majority of our families do. Patricia Herrera, excuse the pronunciation, said it best last week. Lack of color here tonight doesn't mean lack of concern. It means lack of access to information. Families of 6,000 students do not know that their child or children are being reassigned to a different school in 2024. Families of 6,000 DPS students do not know exactly what the transfer application process looks like, what lottery prioritization order will be for 2024 and beyond. Families of 6,000 students do not know how Durham Public Schools can rebuild trust with them. Durham County population has increased 4% in the past 3 years. DPS enrollment has dropped 5.8% in the past 3 years. What does that mean for community support and trust for our local schools? I know that this has been a plan 30 years in the making, and the effort was announced 6 years ago, actually February of 2017. Yes, we are overdue for this change. We need this change, but we need an informed and inclusive change supported by accurate data. Please delay your vote on rules of access until you receive correct transportation data. And you've seen evidence that schools with the greatest need have received the greatest communication. Let us grow together. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Paige McCullough, followed by P. Lewis Bunty and Christina Haig.
Here we go. My name is Paige McCullough. I live in Northgate Park. I was there 30 years ago, speaking with the Durham People's Alliance in support of the merger of the city and county school systems by a vote of our county commissioners. Those county commission meetings were also full of parents and school personnel speaking to their fears for their children's education and well-being. I remember it very well. It was very hard. There was significant division of opinion along racial lines. We know that the merger was about making one Durham public school system more equitable for all Durham students, and we must continue to struggle to hold that value. We can also recall, I do, that the process was painful and uneven, even for those of the best intentions. We believe in the hard work of the DPS team to create the Growing Together plan. Thank you to Board Member Rogers for sharing your lived experience of this event in Durham history, which acknowledges that there was grief along the way. Some people and some places are letting go of families, school traditions, and happy times for something that can be equally wonderful for more kids, more of the time. It isn't easy, but it will be worth it. We urge the board to vote to support the plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is P. Lewis Bunty, Christina Haig, Kim Howard. I apologize if I mispronounced that.
Hi, my name is Louis Bontega. I concede my time to Christina Haig.
Thank you. I'm Christina Haig. I'm a parent of a kindergartner and a fifth grader at Club Boulevard. The purpose of forming this committee was trying to increase equity for all students at DPS. However, I really do not feel like this committee considered in the slightest the effect this would have on working families that require after-school care for their children. There are a hodgepodge of private programs across the district scattered, including the YMCA, various daycare centers that provide after-school programs to elementary school students because DPS does not have a high enough capacity. How do these programs get counselors? They've increased their prices from $70 to sometimes as much as $300 more than DPS charges for after-school care. That has the effect of causing more busing needs across the district. Did anyone even look at the data of how many buses go from an elementary school to an after-school program? Did you include any of that in your calculations? Furthermore, as a club parent, I'm really concerned that the central district will be left with only one after-school option. That's the Trinity Baptist location of the YMCA that is within the central district for 5 elementary schools. How will you get after-school care to the families, the working families who need them? Has anyone calculated the effect this is going to have on lower income working families? The central region has excluded Duke Street KinderCare and Child Care Network by like 0.1 miles. Kids Are Kids is out. There are no other options. Simply by increasing the cost of after-school care, and yes, of course, having a sliding scale fee, just as the YMCA does, might have prevented a whole lot of heartache and extra busing costs. I don't want my kids to have to be bused to the YMCA after school every day. I would rather them be at club, but there's no spots for them. Has anyone considered this for working families? Furthermore, have you considered how this will change the look of each elementary school? Have you considered this will change, I'm sorry, I'm getting very emotional. This will change how each elementary school provides care to its working families. Club alone has a program to provide care for lower income families. That program is going to have to go away. Like, we won't necessarily have the resources to be able to offer those options. And that distresses me greatly. No one has actually gone out to the schools, each individual school, and asked the PTA and the principal how this is going to affect their school's community. And I think that's very important. I would also like to reiterate that Club, not just Club, but 3 other schools do not have priority when their students will transfer. And that is completely unacceptable, that it's completely unclear what students will stay and what students will go, and whether or not they will get to go to a comparable school. Now, I realize humanities is special, cultural studies is a special case. Perhaps the closest equivalent to it would be International Baccalaureate. Or perhaps Montessori. It combines techniques from many different styles. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kim Howard.
I'm Kim Howard. Thank you all for being here to listen. I'd like to cede my time.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Blakely Hildebrand.
Okay,
Thank you for being here, and I'm also going to cede my time to Rosia Evans.
okay. Rocio Evans will be followed by Chris Todd and Canteen Dortmund. You have 6 minutes.
All right. Buenas noches. Good evening. My name is Rocio Evans Aguilar, and I come here tonight with privilege. A Latina with privilege. How great is that? My privilege is access tonight. And I feel very blessed to be bilingual so that I can access information, so that I can advocate, so that I can ask questions, so that I can give my opinion, and so that I can clarify. Therefore, tonight, I want to speak here on behalf of some of our Spanish-speaking parents from Moorhead Montessori. I also want to speak here to the urgent need to include us, to include these families in the growing together process. Like I said, I can access this because I understand the language and I'm able to understand those emails. But for the last several weeks, I have been trying to get these parents together, just out of curiosity, to make sure that they know what's going on, because I know it's been a lot for me to process and to plan what's going to happen to my children. So I created a WhatsApp group because that's how Latinos communicate, don't we? We use WhatsApp and long voice messages so that we can say what we want to say, because that's how Spanish is. Very wordy. So my idea is to share with them and to try to see if they have any questions so that I can then pass those questions on to whoever it is that we need to ask. Nearly every family that I have talked to has been unaware that this is happening and is shocked that their children might be displaced from the school. Actually, all members of that WhatsApp group are here tonight, and some of them will speak tonight. So as a speaker, as a speaker last week said it and was echoed tonight, the board should not mistake the absence of Hispanic and Latino voices as for a lack of concern or a lack of engagement. Really, it's a lack of awareness, which reflects that failure to reach these families where they are, instead of expecting them to attend these meetings, working groups and school board meetings in their free time. If DPS is truly interested in equity, which looks like from what the plan stands, we urge you to include us and to ensure that these families, not just in Moorhead, but all over DPS, are aware and understand what's happening and are included in this process and conversations moving forward. Translation is not enough, not even for me who speak English. I need translation from English, to be honest. And we know that these families are not understanding just from mere translating emails. We need to also be heard, to be able to advocate, to be able to ask questions, and for someone to explain it to us in the terms that make sense to our families. We need someone who can meet us and answer these questions and our concerns. Tonight, on behalf of these families, I ask you to delay the vote so that we can take a look more into this, to include us, so that we know what's happening, so that we can be able to speak for our families and advocate for our own children. Let's take time to get this right. Gracias.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Chris Todd, followed by Caroline Dortman and Hortensio Garcia.
Hello, my name is Chris Todd, and I'd like to cede my time. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Caroline Dorfman. I'd like to cede my time.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Hortensia y tengo una hija en segundo grado en la escuela Morenhead. Y estoy muy preocupada porque me acabo de enterar por un grupo de WhatsApp que está pasando todo esto. Entonces, mi preocupación como madre sería qué va a pasar. Mi hija está ahí desde prekinder y pues me gustaría que ella siguiera ahí.
My name is Hortensia. I'm a mother of a second grader at Moorhead, and I'm very concerned because I just found out through a WhatsApp group about all this is happening. And my daughter's been there since pre-K. And I would like her to be able to stay at Moorhead.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kendall Doyle, followed by Jeff Freelander and Emily Pachetkova.
Hello, my name is Kendall Doyle, and I'm a white Latina mom at DPS who deeply believes in public school. When it was time to register my eldest for kindergarten, we confidently registered her at our neighborhood school, Hope Valley. And then we spent a really traumatic year trying to not only support her, but also to invest in a school that didn't have the capacity to utilize parents or even communicate with parents in the most basic way. I was at a loss and I felt powerless in how to make a difference at our school or even how to advocate in a meaningful and impactful way for my own daughter. We didn't know what we were going to do. And then we won a lottery and we ended up at Moorhead. I cannot stand before you and in good conscience say that my children deserve to be in this program any more than anyone else's child. We need to do better by all children. And I hope that we'll find a way that does that doesn't sacrifice one child for another. And I don't envy the position that you're in and the decision you need to make. However, I want to speak on two things. The current plan to roll out Growing Together doesn't recognize the importance and the impact the community has on a school, on its outcomes, on a child and their education, and speaking specifically on behalf of the Latino community, on our ability to support and advocate for our children. As you can see, even just basic communication happens through these networks that we create. Building community is an unpaid and apparently unrecognized labor that is done primarily by women. And the current plan shows that DPS doesn't value or appreciate this while simultaneously asking that we do it all over again. And finally, as a former Hope Valley parent, I'm angry that this plan doesn't talk about or address how we're going to invest in these schools. How are we going to set our schools up to be successful? How are we going to do better by these kids? And it just repackages the same school as something fancy and desirable by only changing the academic calendar.
Thank you, Ms. Dorr. Next speaker is Jeff Freelander, followed by Emily Kochakova and John Baker.
I am Jeff Friedlander. Can you hear me? Can you hear us?
We've been telling you our concerns for months in polite emails, phone calls, and public forums like these. Our questions are met with vague reassurances, non-answers, or most of the time, just silence. Are we wasting our breath? Are you really dead set in shaking this school system like an Etch-a-Sketch and just seeing where the kids fall? Are you so disinterested in the chasm of unanswered questions that you're willing to just drive us off a cliff? Will you not at least pump the brakes and look around and maybe find another route? We all want diverse and equitable schools, but how many families from your least advantaged schools even know about this plan? About a dozen of these schools have not had one survey response. What do you think they would say if we asked if they feel included in this process? If you can hear us, listen to us. Give our kids time to finish in their schools. Reach out to every family and get their feedback. And understand the ramifications before you ram this through. To do any less would be negligent. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily Kachakova, followed by John Baker and Aaron Cheston.
Good evening. My name is Emily Kachetkova, and I have 2 children at Eastway Elementary, which will become the central region's year-round program when the changes happen. I support the Growing Together plan, and I thank you for all of the years of work that you have put into this. I also want to say that I agree with what you have all acknowledged about needing to do better to engage with families. Yes, you do. And there are many additional data points to support moving forward with these changes. I cannot speak on behalf of the families that you haven't heard from, but I can share some observations from my nearly 3 years of experience and relationship building at Eastway, which is a school that we love and where my children are thriving. Not everyone is able to look 18 months, let alone 2 or more years into the future to think about a hypothetical school choice scenario when they face housing and job insecurity in the here and now. A lot can change in a family's situation in that time frame. Stability is often an unspoken prerequisite and privilege for this type of engagement. Not everyone trusts that schools are going to do right by their kids. This is a view that is based on generations of bad and traumatic school experiences in this country, especially for families of color and especially for Black families. It's hard to want to engage with a system you don't trust. This plan, I believe, can help you build trust by doing right by the kids. There's a lot of race and class segregation within DPS. For example, 6-figure differences in PTA budgets between schools that are within 2 miles of each other. This plan will shake things up in a good way, ultimately. Building relationships with people who are different from us is a critical skill that we need. I have worked to maintain community with my kids' preschool friends and friends who have changed schools. We can make new friends and keep the old. Thank you.
Thank you. John Baker, followed by Aaron Cheston, followed by Megan Hudson.
Good evening. My name is John Baker, and I have a daughter in kindergarten at Eastway Elementary. I also support the Growing Together plan and want to say thank you to all those involved in this process. I agree with comments from parents and board members that more outreach needs to be done. Not everyone feels comfortable putting their personal information into online systems, even basic things related to signing up for an event or filling out a survey. Person-to-person offline organizing and communication is needed. A very important point that was made last week is that the need to apply to enter a lottery for a school is a huge barrier. I have not heard any outrage from Durham families about this very clear inequity. Failures to make this process more accessible have benefited many of the families who are protesting this plan by reducing the competition for application seats. Making these popular programs the default option for families who have historically been left out of the choice process is a big part of the solution, and I applaud it. I think this is an important moment for our community. I want to challenge us to think about what is good for all Durham kids and not just our own. Change is hard, but it's also usually the path to something better. Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron Cheston, followed by Megan Hudson and John Blackshear.
Hi, my name is Erin Cheston and I cede my time. Thank you.
I'm Megan Hudson, and I also cede my time to Dr. Blackshear.
Members of the board, thank you for having us this evening. How are you doing? Growing Together, when I first heard it, I honestly thought that we were doing some sort of sustainable community farm action at all of our schools and as a way to teach our children how to be prepared for climate change. I honestly did. So I was obviously one of those people at the 11 schools that did not provide feedback. I do value diversity, equity, and inclusion, and I am a parent of 4 active students in schools here in Durham, and 1 student has already graduated and off into the world. And the process by which we have come to understand what the Growing Together model is, what it's intended to do, and how it will be impactful for our own children and the children who attend schools all across the district has been opaque, and it feels exclusive. And what gets someone like me very worried about that is when something feels opaque and exclusive, oftentimes it winds up having, intended or not, inequity built in that winds up causing harm. Some will argue, some have argued with me, that the decision makers are to be followed without question. Like, these people have your best interest at heart. And I believe that you all have the best interest in this entire community at heart. Why would you do this if you didn't? The question I would ask, though, and because I have confidence in everybody's integrity and character on this board, is if you were sitting on the other side of this process, would this feel okay to you? Would you feel as though you are moving your babies into something that felt like you understood it, and you know that it's going to be mightily impactful? And I do believe, in some ways, very, very good. But the opacity makes us terrified. I've heard that, you know, you should just trust folks because, oh, this was said to me, you should, the people who are doing this have all the education and the background and they got the PhDs. Listen, the people who set the foundation of inequality in America have always been the people who were educated to know better and powerful enough to do whatever they want. I am not assuming that about anybody in this room. I'm assuming that everybody in this room has one thing as their focus, and that is making Durham Public Schools the consistently excellent for everybody construct that it should be. I've also heard that some of the complaints of like, oh, well, too many, it's just too hard to include everybody, go out and talk to everybody. Equality and inclusion is hard. Disregard is easy as hell. Sorry. But it is. Disregard is easy. To make a decision without being inclusive is easy. I'm begging you to do the hard thing and to bring us in, embrace us, hear our fears and concerns, and put yourself not in the know, but put yourself in the don't know. And imagine how terrifying this all is. This is all you're hearing is fear. It's called Growing Together, and I like that. I like the fact that my children grow up here in Durham. I could be almost anywhere. Places have called me, beckoned me. I'm from Savannah, Georgia. I love that place. I don't want my children to leave here. I truly don't. But whose voices are carrying this initiative? I don't know. Whose voices are omitted? I'm concerned. As a parent, I am the executor of my children's growth. And as board members, you have entered into a partnership with me to assure that we provide those babies the best opportunities to grow up to be incredible, dynamite human beings. I'm gonna do my part, for sure. You see a kid with the last name Blackshear cutting the food, call me, okay? But if we are going to grow together, I beg that you take time to understand that we are dealing with post-traumatic stress of having children who have endured a pandemic. And then soon I'm gonna have to talk to my same kids who are just getting their feet back under them at their school and say, well, now we're gonna flip a switch on you and put you somewhere. I can't tell you what it's gonna do or where you're gonna be or what it's gonna mean. But some people say that this is for the best. And if we are going to grow together, I beg you to work with us on this initiative such that it is transparent and inclusive, which are the hallmarks of equity. Our children deserve no less from any of us. Thank you kindly.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mary Barzee, followed by Brian Calloway, followed by Kristen Southworth.
Hello, members of the board. My name is Mary Barzee. And thank you, Dr. Blackshear. I really appreciated that. I thought of something today as I was leaving. I lied to my kid and I didn't tell him where I was going. I said, well, I did. Actually, I told him I was going to the school board, but I didn't tell him why. And he said, Mom, why do you keep going there? Why don't you stay and have dinner with us? And I said, well, I don't know. I'll see you later. I'll be back in about an hour. Anyway, because I can't be honest with my own kid right now, because I'm not really clear what the consequences are for him or for the rest of our community, like Dr. Blackshear. Your assurances today at the beginning actually really helped me. I am a Watts parent, and you've heard from me before that I'm a Montessori advocate and a huge believer in Montessori education. I applaud your responsiveness to parents and educators about their specific concerns regarding the continuity of Montessori programs, methodology, and future plans for the new Montessori school. That information was so helpful. Those tweaks are so helpful. I ask you to delay the adoption of this plan until other communities, our additional communities, know of this plan and better understand the implications for their families and for their individual schools, leaving the possibility that rules can be tweaked a little bit to provide continuity and stability for families who crave it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Brian Calloway, followed by Kristen Southworth and
Other board.
1 second, please. Sorry.
Okay.
And Shamira Wellmeyer. Thank you.
All right. I'm Brian Calloway. I actually don't really have any problems with redistricting. Dr. Mbanga, I know this was on your radar for a long time since you got here. Just thought that we should mention too that this plan started right after 3 of the most senior members of the school board were just reelected. So I'm sure the timing was coincidental for you to just start your new 4-year term. But I do sense though that we're losing the community in this conversation with the unnecessary complication of this plan. The plan seems rather complicated. The communication is messy. Makes me rather concerned about what implementation will look like. And I know that redistricting itself is really like a tertiary concern in my household. With my I have a partner with working single mother of 2. You know, we've gone through the iterations of DPS seemingly forgetting that childcare is an issue for elementary parents, and the buses continue to be a saga this year as well. I mean, for neighbors too, I'm seeing folks, you know, having to scurry, and I'm on those text messages some of the time about trying to get kids to school. Even this week, still maintains, there's still some issues with that. So it seems like we just kind of pinball from crisis to crisis in this district often. And Dr. Mbanga, I would ask that you would please give us a functional, reliable bus system today, and we might have some faith that a redistricting can be implemented tomorrow. So thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kristen Southworth, followed by Shamira Wellmeyer and Girija Maharan.
Okay, good evening, board and DPS employees who have worked on this plan. I'm so thankful for your service to our community and all of the students in DPS. I am a DPS alumni and a parent of 2 current DPS students. I was also, like many people have said, lived through this transition 30 years ago. I think what I find really disheartening is to hear the same excuses used by families today that existed 30 years ago. And I think we need to call the reason why those things exist. I'm not saying that those hardships don't exist or that they're not important or have an impact on those families. However, I'm asking you all to choose our most vulnerable students, the students who don't have a voice, the students who are not able to be here, over what is at this point, perceived loss or inconvenience, because we don't know the answers. That is why it is important for us to move forward today so that we can begin work on those answers, so that we can supply the teachers who are begging to understand what this means for them, to include their voices, to reach out to all those families who we have not heard from yet and how it will impact them, to think about how EC teachers are going to manage all of the transitions of these vulnerable students. But I think you all know that that's the value of Durham and that this plan has that value. So please move this forward tonight. The students can't wait another 30 years or even another year.
Thank you. Shamira Wellmeyer, followed by Girija Maharan and Kyle Whitaker.
Hi, everybody. It's actually Samira Wellemeyer, but thanks
Thank you.
for trying. So like Kristen, I'm a Durham native, a graduate of DPS, and a parent of 2 current DPS students who are in grades 1st and 4th at Easley Elementary. We applied for a seat at Easley to get into the year-round calendar before my son entered K, and we were really happy to be there, and we love the community. We've grown to love Easley. It's a great school. The admins, the teachers, the families, everybody. And under Growing Together, our neighborhood, American Village, will be moved from the northern region to the southwestern region. So our base school will change from Hillendale to Forest View, and our year-round option will also change from Easley to Hope Valley Elementary. So since my daughter will be a rising 3rd grader in academic year 24-25, she won't be eligible for the legacy assignment. And that means that we'll be transitioning to a new school community. We don't know which one yet. We don't know whether we're going to continue with the year-round model, try to get a seat there. And that means that this is going to be a big transition for our family. It might even be inconvenient and it might be stressful. And we will be really sad to leave the Easley community that we've grown to love. But we will be making this transition gladly. We'll be doing it thinking of the other families in Durham that this will be benefiting and not centering our own discomfort or inconvenience in the process. I've been anticipating this redistricting and hearing about it since before my oldest son entered DPS. I've participated in the focus groups that you guys have offered, countless meetings and conversations, and I appreciate being given the chance to share my input on the plan. I feel like my voice was heard. I believe in the goals of Growing Together. I see the vision that you all have laid out. And while I do feel some discomfort and uncertainty about what will happen with my family in the future, I am going to make this transition gladly. I believed in the importance of the process when the merger happened 30 years ago, and I believe in this.
Thank you. Girija, could you give me 1 second? I missed someone here. So after Girija will be Jenny Jones Coldren and then followed by Kyle Whitaker.
Thank you. My name is Girija Mahajan and I have 2 children at EK Poe. My feedback on Growing Together is very simple. This plan is too complicated for parents and caregivers to navigate, and it will be even more complicated for the school and district staff to implement. I understand why and support the reasons why we must redistrict, but never did I imagine that the new system would be so complicated and predicated on so many operational components successfully aligning, specifically recruiting more teachers and construction projects finishing on time. Is there a magic wand somewhere to make this happen? I ask in all seriousness. The district does not have a track record of good enough, let alone skillful implementation of policy changes. I speak from the experience with return to campus challenges of spring 2021, the bell schedule change, and the aftercare shortage of 2022. In all these situations, the central office administration said to families and staff, "We hear you. We understand your concerns. We are making decisions to improve learning and teaching conditions, district systems, and service delivery. Trust us." However, the reality of implementation was anything but trust building. In each of these major policy changes, the reality was poor communication, logistical breakdowns, staffing shortages, finger pointings, and evasive responses or no responses from decision makers. I am sorry to say this, but I don't trust the district's ability to deliver the promised results for staff and students as outlined in Growing Together. Finally, most families, including mine, just want their child to attend a school that is somewhat close to their house, is fully staffed with competent, caring, and supported teachers and administrators, has a well-rounded curriculum, and fosters community both in and out of the building. That is it, just the basics. I urge you to delay this vote.
Thank you. Jenny Jones Coldren, followed by Kyle Whitaker and Lindsay Roberson.
Good evening. I'm Jenny Jones Coldren. I am one of the co-leads for the People's Alliance Education Action Team. And this is not my first time standing in front of you. And I don't know if y'all can hear my voice shaking, but I have never been this terrified. And I want us to sit with why that might be, because I know I'm about to say something that disagrees with the majority of people here. That said, I'm speaking on behalf of the People's Alliance tonight when I say that we are DPS parents and teachers. We want what is best for our children, and we support this plan. We understand that change is difficult and disappointment is painful, and we support this plan. We recognize that community outreach and engagement effort from the district around this initiative were not robust, and we support this plan. We know that moving to a new school before traditional transition points may present a challenge for some young learners, and we support this plan. We appreciate that the financial, medical, social, psychological, and emotional challenges of the global pandemic are not fully behind us, and we support this plan. We are parents and teachers of neurodivergent and disabled children and understand the unique challenge this presents during unexpected transitions. And we support this plan. We acknowledge that altering existing programs at schools places an additional burden on teachers already at capacity, and we support this plan. We hear the angry, fear-based rhetoric pathologizing under-resourced communities. We know this rhetoric is likely to get worse before it gets better, and we support this plan. We hear families threatening to leave the public school system if the district does not make certain allowances or changes, and we support this plan. Our children are watching and listening. Are we modeling respect, resilience, and a spirit of collaborative problem solving? We support this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Kyle Whitaker, followed by Lindsay Roberson and Dr. Lawrence Sartain.
Good evening. My name is Kyle Whitaker. I'm the parent of a kindergartner at Moorhead Montessori. I share many of the concerns articulated much better than I can do tonight, but want to also quickly elevate two additional concerns. First, in light of new information that was presented tonight about guaranteeing current magnet students access and a spot in their current program, I applaud that. That is great to hear. Would like to see more to help the communities that are at those schools. But I do think it's worth noting the fact that this is just now being brought up, calls into question why it wasn't considered sooner. and kind of highlights the fact that, you know, all options to minimize the disruptions to the current students haven't really been diligently explored. You know, I think there's an obligation, not to me, not to any of the parents in the room, but to the thousands of children who may be displaced by this plan, and not the plan, but the implementation of the plan is what people are concerned with. Next, I want to call to light several policy specific concerns that I believe warrant some discussion prior to any vote, because I haven't really heard them addressed, and I think they need to be. To date, we've seen a handful of slides to summarize the proposed rules, not an actual policy, and there's a lot of complexities, nuances, details that will have a drastic impact on how this rolls out and how it impacts families and students. First, how does priority get codified for lotteries now, for legacy students and future? How will sibling priorities be handled? Will students who accept the lottery seats be guaranteed their spot for the duration of elementary school? Is a big question. The current policy 4150 only guarantees a spot for 1 year, does not guarantee continued access to that school as it's currently written. So with that, please take the time to get this right, because if we don't, as a community, the implications are drastic for our students, for the staff that is here tonight, and for the community as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lindsay Roberson, followed by Dr. Lauren Sartain, followed by Travis Morrison.
Hi, I'm Lindsay Robertson, and I cede my time to Lauren.
Hi, good evening. My name is Lauren Sartain. I'm a DPS parent. I have a kindergartner and a third grader at EKPO, where I'm also the PTA president, where I also spent 3 hours this morning pulling kids from their classroom and helping them with phonics-based reading instruction. I did that not because I have a ton of time. I did that because our schools are understaffed. We don't have a reading specialist in our building. I wasn't even sure if I was going to speak tonight. I didn't know what else I could possibly say. I've sent the board and the district emails describing analyses that I would conduct as a researcher to provide evidence that this plan will actually increase diversity in schools, which I think is something that most, if not all, parents here tonight want. I've sent examples of one-pagers, FAQs that the PO PTA has put together for our parents that we had translated in Spanish and had physical hard copies that we passed out to our walkers and our car riders as they drove up to the building. Most of the parents that we interacted with, this was last week, didn't know about this plan at all. So what I have asked you guys to do, what I asked last week, what I've been asking is for somebody from Durham Public Schools to go to each school community and talk about how this plan directly affects each school. Dr. Hardy, I hear you when you say this is not about one school or one family, and I agree, it's about every school and every family. And so I do not think it is too much of an ask to go and talk to families, go and talk to our educators who work for too little pay, who show up every day and do more than one job. Thank you. I hear over and over again from the educators at PO that they don't know what it means to be an IB elementary school. I hear from them that they don't know what training they're going to receive. They don't know what it means to implement a curriculum. They don't know if it starts in kindergarten and phases in. That's a lot of questions for educators who are tired and burnt out. Families, what do I hear from PO families? I hear a lot about not understanding why DPS is taking a diverse neighborhood elementary school and transitioning it into a magnet school. I hear a lot about not understanding how our redistrict families will be given priority at our elementary school, which is being converted to a magnet, so it's unclear what rules apply to us. These are educators, these are families who went through 3 principal transitions in 3 years. We had the COVID crisis where our children were at home for an entire year, including my now third grader who has multiple neurodiversities, could not learn online. These are the same families who dealt with a pretty big bell schedule switch. This morning, I argued again with my neurodiverse daughter about why she had to be at school at 7:30. We had families who continued to show up at our old bell schedule time after the transition, and that's a really simple policy. So I wonder how many families don't know and don't understand this policy. So please come to our schools and talk to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Travis Morrison, followed by Jean Cormier, followed by Hannah Wheeler.
Hi, my name is Travis Morrison. I am the president of Moorhead Montessori's PTA. I wanted to say that you can dismiss the small scope of what I have to say on the grounds of privilege, the fact that we're just one school, smallest school in the system. But what I say cannot be dismissed on the grounds that we are a neighborhood magnet. Growing Together could have eliminated magnets or eliminated walk zones, but they didn't. And because of that, my voice should be respected. If it's just one tiny egg that needs to be broken to make an omelet, that's your call. There are reasons to be excited about the coming changes to Moorhead. The new base zone will diversify our student body. A planned expansion will make room for those students, and many of our non-Waxaw parents are in the Southwest District. There's a happy ending. So I asked to bring that home, that you at least permit current in-region students and magnets, if not all students, to continue and finish at our school. We have fought so hard to keep our community together and support our teachers and staff through brutal challenges. A year more of uncertainty of who is coming and going will be devastating to the very community that wants to welcome the new students to the gifts of the peaceful and humane environment fostered by Principal Webb, the person I've come to deeply admire and whom I consider an honor to serve as PTA president. The changes coming to Moorhead are very close to fulfilling Growing Together's goals. I share them, and I like to think that in my ignorant rock and roll singer way, I've been part of moving our community in that direction. But the confusion and uncertainty of making current students reapply will be a huge hit to our community and thus to the very goals of Growing Together. Like I said, if this is just how the board and the school system wants it to be, I can't stop you, but it's a heartbreaker, and I beg that you hit pause for the cause and reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jean Cormier, followed by Hannah Wheeler, followed by, Latoya Moses.
Hi, I'm Jean Cormier and I cede my time.
Hi, I'm Hannah Wheeler. I cede my time to Latoya.
Latoya, you'll have 6 minutes.
Hello all. When I applied for the lottery and my son was selected, I was excited for him and my other children who would have the opportunity to attend Moorhead. I wasn't even aware of the changes until last week after many emails from the parents. This is disappointing news to me and my family and other family members who are still aware of this process. In case you're not aware, people of color, minorities, non-white families like myself have not been part of the Growing Together process, and we're not aware of what's going on. I had to learn from other parents. The workshop you hold today in this meeting, extremely inaccessible to many families you claim you're trying to help. Do not take this lack of representation as a commentary that we're in agreement to what's being done. I've never received any communication from DPS about this proposal. They admitted that they have failed on the communication part and promised to do better, and I really hope you do. I do not support you forcing my son to leave his current Montessori school. I feel like the implementation plan is not fair, and you do not want my son at his current school. Giving my son the opportunity to try a new learning style that his new base school does not offer is not the best interest for my son. He has been so happy where he's at and has built friendships and in the community. I have built support as well in the school community. These kids are more than a figure or number. Give the families a choice to decide what is best for their children. You say that the big part of the decision has been around transportation. Well, give the opportunities for us to make that choice and opt out the busing system if that's the case, for us to stay in the current school, because I believe what's best for my son, not you. So I'm asking you to allow the students to stay at their current school and delay the vote. Delay, and in that time, get out there and talk to the people, talk to the families. And I urge you to take time to make every single family know what's happening before you vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Megan McCurley, Jacquelina Urbano, and Amanda Castillo.
Hi, y'all. Today, my name is Megan McCurley. Today, I'm speaking on behalf of LEAP, which is the Latino Educational Achievement Partnership. We are a bilingual preschool in Durham. We serve 49 students, 95% of whom are Latinx, 90% of whom are receive free and reduced lunch. A perfect plan for everyone does not exist. And while I do believe this plan is an attempt to balance individual, family, and student needs, and the collective needs of DPS in Durham, whatever our intentions now, this plan will only be equitable if we continue to center Black and Brown families, immigrant families, and working class families and their needs as we roll this plan out. If you guys choose to approve this plan tonight, I want to beg that school administration and the board increase efforts to communicate to all families, focusing on plain language, avoiding jargony names like growing together, defining terms like boundaries, regions, assignment seats, application seats. I also want to ask that you guys ensure that every single DPS family receives a letter in the mail, old school, with their current and future assignments, as well as any other strategies, yard signs, organizing, door knocking, and that be implemented before the magnet application deadline so that people can make choices. Finally, I want to ask that we delay the magnet application deadline. It's February 9th. Schools like us, we support 4-year-olds preparing for kindergarten. We haven't been able to even start communicating to our families because we didn't know what to tell them yet. And we need time to help them fill out applications, to help them visit schools, learn where they're applying. We just need time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jacquelina Urbano, followed by Amanda Castillo, followed by, Rachel O'Brien.
Buenas noches a todos y yo le cedo mi tiempo a Amanda Castillo.
Good evening, everybody, and I cede my time to Amanda Castillo.
Buenas tardes, miembros de la Junta Directiva y Administración Escolar. Esta última semana recibimos la información final del plan de las nuevas zonas de asistencia de nuestro distrito escolar. El reporte completo se presentó el jueves pasado entre las 9:45 y la medianoche. Como familias nos sentimos aisladas. La información nos está llegando de a poquito y no siempre con lenguaje claro. Es muy difícil tomar la mejor decisión para nuestros hijos si no tenemos toda la información en nuestras manos. Por lo tanto, le pedimos que nos extiendan la ventana de solicitud de cupos para las escuelas magnet, para tener tiempo de analizar cuál es la opción más estable para nuestras familias. Pidan a cada escuela primaria que organicen reuniones para informar a cada familia cuál será su escuela base y cuáles escuelas podrán solicitar cupo. Nos den la información que tienen acerca de los cambios de zona y programas para las escuelas de grados 6, 7 y 8 antes de la primavera, pues también estamos tomando decisiones para esos grados sin tener nada de información. Por favor, sepan que estamos aquí para abogar juntos a ustedes por las escuelas públicas que nuestros hijos e hijas merecen. Y por falta de información, no estamos aquí como comunidad y no es falta de interés. Espero tomen en cuenta y nos den más información con claridad. Muchas gracias.
Okay.
Good evening, Board of Education. I am here as a member of the community, and I have my children in one of the schools, and I want to tell you that we are here. We received on Thursday at 9:45 some information, and it was until midnight. We didn't have any information before. As family, we feel isolated. The information is not coming to us, or if it's coming little by little, but it doesn't, and the message is not clear, the language is not clear. It is very difficult to take the best decision for our students when we don't have all the information. We need to ask you, please extend the window to solicit these seats for the school's magnet or the others. So we need more time to analyze what is the most stable option for our families. I would like you to ask to every school to organize meetings so then we can know everything, all the information, know what is our base school and what schools we can solicit a seat. We don't have all the information, and then this about the changes on the zones and the programs of this in the schools in 6th, 7th, and 8th grades, and we would like to have this information for the spring. We are taking decisions about our kids, but we don't have all the information. Please know that we are here to advocate for our students, and then if we are not here, it's not because we are not concerned. It is because we don't have all the information. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rachel O'Brien.
Good evening. My name is Rachel O'Brien. I'm a parent of a kindergarten student at Watts Montessori, and I'm also a pediatrician in the Durham community. I commend the Board of Education and everyone involved in developing Growing Together for the goal of providing all of our children with equal access to excellent education. With that said, I cannot support the current plan for implementation. Stability is imperative for our children to grow up and become the contributing members of society you and I want them to be. They are not pawns to be moved about on a chessboard. Our children have already been through so much in the past few years due to the COVID-19 pandemic. They were already ripped from their classrooms once. Please don't do it again. Please do not overlook how important a stable educational model, peer relationships, and communities are to our children. You cannot simply swap out half the second graders from a Montessori school and replace them with students from a traditional school. Even considering this would be a tragedy for all students, not just the ones forced to attend new schools. The mental health crisis among children and adolescents is at an all-time high. Studies show that children who move schools more frequently are more likely to have behavioral disturbances and are less likely to graduate from high school. People so frequently think, oh, children are resilient, they can handle anything. This is simply not the case. Please consider all the consequences of uprooting so many of our elementary school students. Please allow students to remain at their current schools and complete the education they were promised when they first enrolled. Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to the close of public comment for this evening's meeting. I want to thank everyone here for the civil conversation, for the feedback, and for spending time with us. I also want to thank those who spent time emailing us, emails coming in, both raising concerns and questions, but also emails coming in support of the plan. At this time, board members, we're going to engage in our discussion regarding the plan that the administration has brought forward for action this evening. I want to remind my colleagues, as well as those present and online, that our Chair Bettina Umstead and Board Member Giovanni Lewis are online with us this evening and will be participating. And with that, board members, is there anyone that would like to begin the discussion this evening? I'll start with Ms. Byer, and then I'll check in with Ms. Lewis and Ms. Umstead.
Good evening, colleagues, and I want to express deep love and gratitude to the Durham community for your presence here, your heart for our community, and your love for our schools and our school children. I was delighted to hear how passionate your perspective is and how much you could all listen and respect each other at the same time. And I'm so thankful for that. I have questions still, and I don't know how to go through all of those together. But I just want to frame my conversations in the notion that I have unreadiness with moving this forward tonight, but I also have strong belief that this plan is built to help our community aspire to become the community that we want to be. And so let me just kind of start with some of the questions, and then I know I might have others later, but these are some of them. Dr. Mabenga, Dr. Hardy, I heard one speaker say from your comments tonight that their child was guaranteed a spot at remaining in Montessori. And that was not how I heard what you said earlier. So I wanted to give you a chance to kind of rephrase and restate that so that we have more clarity on that issue, if that's possible.
Thank you, Ms. Byer, and I will begin, and I know the team is behind me as well if there needs to be additional clarity. It is our intent to ensure that students who are currently in any of those application programs, Montessori, International Baccalaureate, or year-round, that they will have a seat in an appropriate school of that same programming in their region. And there is, I don't know exactly which slide, but that is also clarified on a slide in the board packet. And one of the team members may know immediately because they may have already been looking there as the question came. If not, we can, I can find that and I can alert the technology team. So those watching and in the audience can see that as well in terms of the packet, the board materials that was submitted. Dr. Pittman says slide 42. I knew they were ready. Thank you, Dr. Pittman.
So that's helpful. I just want us to be clear with folks. And I guess one of my ongoing concerns is that we've learned and clarified through these last couple meetings. I feel like if we can give folks a little time to do some outreach in some specific school communities that we heard from tonight that need to understand how this will impact them directly. I heard Club. I heard Little River. I imagine R.N. Harris as they're changing the way they're getting their students. And there might be others. Yeah. So it's probably, I mean, and I want to be clear with folks, when I look at the timeline that you all presented, any vote on these legacy rules is not the end of this process or engagement. It is another step forward. And there is deep, deep work to be done. But those are some of the communities that I heard still have strong concerns that we need to kind of go in. And Ms. Rogers and I were honored to be hosted at Easley last night. And we are so thankful for the parents that put that together. We found that in that space where people could ask their questions and get more clarification, that was a very trust building space for folks to be in. So I know the pressure is on because of the magnet window being open now. And so I wonder if you all have had some clarity on how we better communicate to families, especially of incoming kindergartners, so that they look up the region that they're in, so that they evaluate that choice with a way that might maximize their chances of not having disruptions. And I'll agree with other folks that this plan is complicated enough that I feel like we need to almost push those dates back a bit and staff where people can come in and have our team help them navigate the process a little bit. But I want to hear kind of y'all's thinking on that, because I know a lot of people are anxious for those decisions as well, and that wouldn't necessarily be popular in the community either. So tell me how we're thinking about the current window and how we navigate this forward.
Thank you, Ms. Byer. And Ms. Marshall is also watching, but we also have Dr. Pack and other team members who may need to add to this response. In response to your first question and regarding our younger students and their placement or geographical base school for 2024-25. As soon as we have additional guidance from our board in terms of able to move forward on our recommended rules, it's our intention to work carefully cross-departmentally. So our magnet office, our Office of Student Assignment, our Office of Community Engagement, Office of Public Affairs, to really targeting those current youngsters so that they are aware of what their school will be for 24-25, and working with them, if that is an application school, to apply to that application school. So if entered in the lottery and then accepted, then that will reduce the transition for that child. So if my geographical base school would be Sandy Ridge, and I apply to Sandy Ridge and get accepted into the lottery, then in 24-25, there would not be a transition for that child. So we are committed to doing that. That was your first question. The second question in response to the magnet timeline, we have been looking extensively at the magnet timeline and know that within that timeline, it doesn't just include the submission, it includes windows where you are accepting your seat, we're assigning your seat, and we're making sure that we're ready to open our year-round programming schools. It is not our recommendation from staff that we make any additional adjustments to the magnet application window. We worry that would put us in a place where we would not be ready to make sure that families and students are aware of those seats, and we could appropriately begin our year-round schools in July.
So you don't feel you have the flex of a week or two to push back from February 6th? I mean, that helped me understand. Well, I may be the only one with that question. So that's.
So the challenge, and I do have the application, all of the states. The challenge is if we were to extend, for example, the deadline for submission, then I would need to condense the window that families have to select and confirm their seat, or I would have to condense the placement of students in communication. So any additional movement in that window has almost a domino effect on the other aspects of the application window, and would impact families and their response that would need to occur for that particular lottery seat. Now, I know that Ms. Marshall, and I'm getting the nods from the team, so thank you.
So I have a question that sort of piggybacks off of that. Is there something contingent about this vote that will modify the current magnet application process that makes it so this has to happen tonight? Are we putting up language to say this is a one-year seat? Are we changing the application that's open right now?
I think the one piece is the communication to our families in regards to their assigned school for 24-25 and how that may impact their decisions during this particular lottery application window and wanting them to have as much time as needed. We are committed to also making sure that once we have clear direction from the board, just as in the example I mentioned earlier, making sure that, for example, those first graders that may be attending Sandy Ridge in 24-25, that we are working with those families so that they are aware. We would not want to do any of those actions ahead of the board's decision regarding the geographical rules that would govern elementary placements for 24-25.
Ms. Byer, any additional questions at this time?
And let me reserve some time for later. I appreciate it and see what others are thinking. Thanks.
Great. I'm going to go to Ms. Lewis next and Ms. Umstead following her, and then we'll go back around the table here.
Thank you. My computer signal's a little low, so I'm gonna join by phone also, just in case it goes out. But can you all hear me? This is Javanya Lewis. Can you all hear me all right so far?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to start. Hold on one second. All right. I just wanted to start. By saying that I appreciate having the full presentation. I appreciate having the full presentation last week and hearing the public comments both this week and last week. Thank you all who have given comments and reading several emails. I would like to just share, similarly to last week, I have engaged with several of the school communities, parent groups, principals and administrators through this process. And I know from the depths of my soul how difficult this can be for many families of young children. I truly understand this to be difficult, as parents just want to be the best that they can be, and guardians, and deciding on what's going to be best option for their children. You know, as a parent, I walk in those same shoes. I've been making these decisions for over 15 years with my youngest one in 4th grade now, and still continuing to make these decisions. You know, I understand your anxiety and feel that. And I want to help to ease that as quickly as possible. I appreciate the time for this discussion, as we have already discussed this last week. We asked our questions of the administration. I don't have any additional questions that I didn't ask during that time or throughout this week. Thank you for the updates and changes that you've made based on those questions and based on the input. We know this plan is allowing us to get started. Thank you for those, again, those resolutions and those compromises. And now having this recommendation before us, I want to be clear. This plan will not take effect until the 24-25 school year. And families need to plan now. This gives us, families, administration, plenty of time to move forward with these rules for the administration to prepare mass communication. That has been the heart of this work, is engagement in continuing this type of communication for the duration. Once we can have a plan in place with a policy, we'll be able to have many means of ways of letting people know what to expect and answering these questions. At this point, this gives us at least 11 months of planning for the 24-25 lottery. Thank you, Dr. Hardy, for giving some more details of what it would take if we were to extend the lottery application or delay it. And it allows others to determine, even in this school year, what decisions and options they want to make, knowing that they still have 18 months before these policies create the next implementation. I repeat, this plan is not happening until 24-25. I know there's a lot of moving pieces, and I understand your anguish and the excitement for so many diverse voices. Historically, over 30 years, those who come back and was here when a city and county merged. This redistricting will go down in history as it has not been done since the city-county merger. This brings greater access, and equity. And being clear, we've talked about this before, equity and equal is two different things. But what does access and equity look like? I know that we are in this discussion. History can be made in this moment. I like to make a motion to accept the administration's recommendation with plenty of time to adjust, but getting us started with these rules. I move that we accept the Growing Together recommendation for elementary school rules for policy 4150 school assignment. In addition, the timeline for secondary school program recommendations. And of course, with this motion, if it is seconded, of course, the floor is open for further discussion. But I just wanted to be very clear about where I stand in this.
Okay, thank you. Before we go to Chair Umstead.
The sound went out for me. Can you all hear us? Or can you hear us? We cannot hear you.
Yeah, I can't hear you, Mr. Sears. No, still no sound.
Yep. Testing, testing, testing.
We can hear you now.
Yeah, you're back.
All right, we are back. So I'll
I'm
repeat.
sorry. Yes, I was gonna ask, can you repeat? I saw that Ms. Valladares spoke, but I didn't hear what she said. If you could repeat it, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Valladares, understanding that we are going to have additional discussion, seconded the motion. And we'll proceed with our discussion and move to you, Ms. Umstead, if you have comments or questions at this time.
Yeah, there's so much that's already been said, and I know that my colleagues will share more questions and concerns. This work has been in the work for a long time. I remember us having a board retreat 2018 or 2019 discussing how we got here. and how the magnet rules were first created and what that meant for the families now and today. And so I think this is something that has been a long time coming, but it doesn't mean that it makes it easier for families who are going to experience this transition. I think that I hold that challenge in one hand, and I also hold the opportunities that come in the other, that students will have a space for music and for arts, that they will have classrooms that aren't filled to capacity, that students will have access to opportunities in dual language and in Montessori and in year-round program. And we have to hold both of those truths together at the same time. That's our hard work of understanding that some of these shifts and transitions also create opportunities for other students. I think that I too have questions, and I think that there's more engagement and conversations that need to be done. But I worry if we wait on this vote that it means for families who are making decisions right now, for those rising kindergartners or students who are interested in the application process for the other grades, won't have the information that they need for the application process. I originally talked to Dr. Mabinga about this and said, I'm a little worried. It's a tight timeline. How can we get a vote in early so families have the time that they need to make decisions? And so I just worry about delaying it one more week creates more stress for families who need to make decisions and need lots of information to do that. I think that there are a lot of lessons to be learned from how this engagement has rolled out so far. And as we continue to think about starting in 2024 with an application window that may start in January of 2024, what does engagement need to look like from today to that point? And so how do we have rich conversations with school communities and with families and making sure that networks and people are aware of what's happening and what opportunities are available? I think we got a lot of tech savvy in our community. I wonder if it's as easy as you type in your child's name, your address comes up, you can see their current school, and then it can tell you what your options are for 2024 and how to get connected to those, because it is complicated. I think one of the goals of this new process was to try to simplify, and I think we might get there after we roll out this implementation. But I really think we need to figure out how to make it simple and make it plain, and so that families can understand, so that they can make decisions. But I think one of the other kind of truths that I believe is that we have really great educators in our Durham public schools. And in these shifts and transitions, students will still have access to some really great educators and really great principals and teachers who are going to be excited to love and affirm and to teach our children. And I think that that is available in all of our public schools. None of this transition will happen without some challenges and complications. I heard that there's also a lack of trust between Durham public schools and our community. And so we have to do some really hard work to rebuild that trust. We have to over communicate. We're going to have to work really hard on some of these logistics. We're going to need our community to partner with us to make sure that we have enough bus drivers and after school care workers and other opportunities to make sure this can work. We as a school system can hold a lot, and we also need our community to help support us with that. And so we need to, as we move forward and think about this, we have to think about how do we rebuild trust with some of our community that feels like that trust has been broken to this point. I still, again, like I said, at the beginning, I have some more questions. What does happen with some of our programs that might be sunsetting? What does that look like in reality when it comes to allocations and funding? How much flexibility do some of those schools still have to continue to do some of their core programming that's become so core to the nature of the school? Can Friday clubs still continue at Club Boulevard? And can R.N. Harris still have their integrated core magnet? I think some of those questions still need to be answered, but I think we can move forward with rules of implementation and answer many of those questions for families and for schools. So I just, again, thank the administration for their work. I do think it's important that we move forward tonight because families need the information to make decisions about what to do next.
Thank you, Ms. Umstead. I'm going to kind of come back down the line here. Ms. Valladares, Ms. Chavez, Ms. Rogers, and then we'll see where we are.
Good evening, everyone. I am Alexandra Valladares, and definitely hear the experiences of many families. I've appreciated all your thoughtful analysis and email. I mean, we have a robust community that cares about our students. Your support, whether you support the policy or not, but it is support. And we are lucky for all the comments that you've made. Some have told us about the RTI survey, given really valuable feedback about the survey not including all our schools, all our families. That is a very important point as we consider, partnering and partnership and maybe giving more time and adjusting some of these partnerships. That is vital information. We are taking notes. Our administration has gotten the richness of the ways you think that families need to be engaged, and some of the ways that you have also helped the district, done that lift with us. Every time you open the WhatsApp thread, created an avenue, brought people here. There's so many dedicated people who are spending, as was pointed out, their dinner time here, and that is service and that is dedication. What I want to say is that I would do no service to the role that I have here to try to pretend. We've had very difficult votes this term. We have grappled with very serious implications for a lot of the decisions that we've had to make. And I'm so grateful that it was put into context. We had to vote on reopening. There was an imminent law. There was no other way. There was no other choice. And yet we had to do the choice that we knew before us. We've had to deal with many situations. And I am so grateful that our community, you have told us the ways that we have tried and not met the mark. And that is very, very clear to us. What we have today is a situation, and I'm going to call it situation. And the situation is that it's 2023 and 2024 is around the corner. And if you have been looking around in Durham, you know that there is a population shift. You know that we will be dealing with not only 32,000 or even 33 as we had before. The numbers will grow, and Durham Public Schools will grow to serve as many children as live in this community. Some will make choices to go elsewhere. And we know that some of you are making those choices now. But I want you to listen to this. The trend analysis that has been done tells us we have no choice but to move. Overpopulation is not the only problem that we have. We have overcrowded schools right now. We have children who don't have access to the services that they need. It's children who qualify for services from the EC department, children who need early childhood, and that's something we want to be able to grow and make universal pre-K a standard in DPS. But we will not be able to grow programs if we continue to have issues of overpopulation. Some of you have pointed about transportation. We know that has been an ongoing issue, and some of you have made the point. We've read all your emails and all your calls and all your messages, even on Facebook. Believe me, we've gotten all your feedbacks, and also the ways that you have told us transportation cannot be the factor driving decisions. And I agree with you, but I will say this: transportation should not be the only factor driving decisions, but it is a very important one. And we're not the only district that is grappling with transportation shortages. And what does it mean to not have the fleet, and not only the fleet, but also not have the drivers for the work that we have to do? It would serve us nothing to have top programs in our school buildings and leave those children in their bus stops waiting and waiting and waiting. It would serve us, it would do no purpose to create the most stellar AAA, whatever you want to name it, programs if our kids can't access, and that is their due right. I also want to tell you, we are grappling with people who have their shared history of DPS. I'm going to name that. There are people who are angry with DPS and have been angry with DPS for a long time for many other issues. And this is the opportunity where a lot of them are rising up and finding this is an opportunity for unity. And that is a celebration, actually, because if it takes a problem like this to bring people together, and there are people in this room who may not have even talked to each other and are here today because they care about this, that is a win for DPS. That means that moving on for implementation, I'm counting on all of you, in that feedback. But we are grappling with this very serious thing that we have to make a choice. And to say that we delay this vote, whether we delayed a month or 2 weeks, is not going to do service if we come back with the same plan to you. That is the harsh reality and the truth and the honesty I owe you. That delaying this vote for 2 weeks if you have the hopes that we will change something, that we'll go back to the drawing board, there, we have already voted. As you know, we've done steps, there's been a timeline, and I'm grateful that our administration has been transparent, that there have been steps along the way that already mean there's no course back. There's no going back to the drawing board. We cannot go back to square one. We have already voted and voted. This is a very important vote, and it's an important step. This is about our legacy students, the details, you know, that we have. And we have talked to our administration. We've had those meetings with them, small group meetings. We have called them, we have emailed them, we have forwarded your emails to them and the analysis you brought about the engagement. Here's the thing about the administration. When we said there was a school like Holt, it wouldn't change anything to give Holt what they were asking for, a year-round calendar. There was an analysis that was done for that school that allowed that school to keep their year-round calendar. There was earlier on, if you remember, when we were talking about the DLI program, and a school who thought they were going to lose the DLI program, and our superintendent told us that school can keep their DLI program. They're not the district DLI program, but they can keep that if they have the resources. You know, the district didn't assign it in that way. It can continue. And so those are things that was Lakewood Elementary. And so what I want to tell you is that we have had these conversations about what does it mean, and all that is entailed in change, and all that is entailed in the legacy that 4th and 5th graders will be able, you know, to be the ones who can stay at the school. That is something that was talked about because of your feedback. So what I want to say is celebrate your feedback, celebrate the partnership, and know and own that we have not done the engagement the way we have to. So you have told us tonight, and you have told us before what we need to do. And I agree with what was shared about the school site, the school level engagement. But as our administrators told us, in order to move forward with even putting things out as policy, putting it out as official, it has to become a vote. And the vote has to happen now, so that then the schools can also start putting the information and know that this is information they can count on, without having to hesitate and say, we're not ready to share something that is not conclusive. And so what we are asking you tonight is this conclusive move to approve and move this plan forward comes with your demand that the schools do the engagement they have to do, that I've heard many different things about being able to work with our magnet application program and have some kind of, you know, the wording that lets parents know that they're applying to this program, that there are changes. We heard you about leveraging our systems, whether it's Blooms, whether it's any Remind or any of these groups that schools have to leverage. We hear you. We have a parent app that we developed. That parent app can also push forward information. We hear you on the fact that we need to continue to do the engagement and do it in multiple languages and do it to reach as many folks. I looked at one of the numbers on there. It says that there were 12,000. Can somebody from administration remind me? I wrote it down, but it was 12,000 singular visits to our DPS, 12,400. I don't need it now. I got it. 12,400 unique visits to the website. So some of you have said, you have used the RTI to say 11 schools were left out. You made the math. You multiplied the number of kids that go to those schools, and you assumed that all those families were left out of information. But there were 12,400 unique visits to our website. Not the totality of all our families, but keep in mind, we have families versus students. Sometimes there are families, as we heard tonight, that have maybe four stakeholders in the district. So we can't assume that it's 32,000 hits that have to happen here. But we're starting somewhere. And what I want you to know is that we hear you on implementation needs to look very differently than this rollout that we're doing. And we hear you. And that there's a need to keep in mind the PTAs, keep in mind the affinity groups, the parent groups, and do that engagement. And we have some vetted organizers here on this board. So you tell us, you know, and you tell us what you need. If you need us at a certain time, this board is there to come. What they're doing is what they have to do. They've done the engagement. They've done over 50 different sessions, whether it's at school sites, whether it's in community. Chip, you've become famous, I'm telling you. You've, you know, so our families have seen these different things, and some of them have accessed it. But I'm telling you that this board has vetted organizers and folks who are connected, and you get your pick, you know, you get your pick and you tell us, what else, you think your schools need in order to do engagement the way it has to be done. You have already told us a lot tonight, and we can mobilize on that with this vote tonight. I thank you all for your patience, and I thank you all for understanding that we're in a unique position in 2023, anticipating the next 5 to 10 years. What is population going to be like? What does overcrowding do in terms of trauma for students who don't receive the attention that they deserve? We're a one-to-one district, but that doesn't mean that there's equity throughout. And so we just want you to know that we hear you. We appreciate the analysis, and this is all analysis that is worthwhile, and our engagement needs to improve. And we appreciate the ways that you have let us see and have been partners with us throughout this whole journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valladares. Ms. Chavez.
All right. I also want to thank the community members who have spoken up via email, phone calls, public comment, and in person at events. I really do thank you for sharing your experiences and your voice and your opinion. I thank the administration for this long and detailed work of putting this together. I will say there are some things that are standing out to me, and I have several questions as we discuss this. I mean, one of the biggest things I'm hearing, which is echoed by my other board members, is that we have some communication work to do. And I also really, I've said this, but I really see how our communications have improved so much over last 10, 15 years. It's just there's so much work. And so I thank you for that. And also I'm hearing again and again that need for that school level communication. And I do think communication is at the root of successful relationships. And Ms. Valladares, you said something in a meeting about something else but we were talking about our restorative practice centers in December, and you said it's a relationship-based model, and that has stuck in my head as a value that I want to uphold as we move forward, being relationship-based. And so I think, to me, that's one of the most key parts of moving forward with this plan, is how do we build those relationships and get buy-in. I am concerned about the lack of buy-in from a number of individuals and community members. And I do think in general with issues, there are some people who won't be moved at all. There's some people who might not, be willing to or be able to kind of get on board with this plan. Most people are in the middle usually with any issue. And then there are people who are over here kind of ready to go. But I know the administration has done so much to reach out. And at the same time, there are a lot of people who still haven't been aware, obviously, of what was happening with this plan. So I'm going to ask some of the questions that have stood out. We've gotten so many questions, so many, so much analysis. It has been impossible for me personally to respond to everyone, but I have taken in what you have said, and I think all of us have been keeping up with the correspondence. So one of my first questions is around our metrics for success, and this question has been asked, and I know it's been discussed. And I will say also, I came on the board after this summer, and so I'm coming in knowing that part of my work would be to support the implementation of this major redistricting plan. Dr. Hardy or Dr. Mubenga, could you go over what would be how will we know this plan will be successful in 1 year, 5 years, 10 years? What are we looking to see in our district? I asked that because I think the metrics are important, and I also want our community to know what our vision is. We talk about equity, we talk about diversity and opportunity, but what does that look like? What will that look like for Durham?
Thank you, board member, for the question. Waiting for my comment to be at the end, but I will just go ahead and answer your question. I think this is really timely when it comes to our strategic plan, which is going to have really specific priorities as well goals and the SMART goals, what I mean, and then specific strategies, how we're going to be able to meet those goals. If you're asking about this particular plan, how are we going to measure whether or not it's successful? That's going to be a part of our strategic plan as well. But I'm moving forward. As we spoke a lot today about equity as well as access, I've been really visible in the community. I've seen families leaving our school system because of access that they did not have. Those were going to be a part of my comments at the end. I think the more access we're going to have for our families, that's going to be one of the metrics as well, knowing whether or not this program has been really successful. So I'm going to reserve my comments at the end, depending on how the board is going to vote.
Thank you. And I think, I mean, when we lay out the strategic plan this coming year, I think that will be very exciting for us to know what we are going to focus on and what measures we'll be looking at specifically to improve, some of it building on our current strategic plan and some of it new. I want to ask about the transportation issues because this has come up. I wanted to go over again, if we could, to talk about why, Mr. Palmer, you shared with us the data on transportation. You know, as I said, it is it's an issue. For those of us who take transportation for granted, it's not an issue so much, but it's an issue that we get our students to school. But could you please speak again to that data? There have been some questions about that in our community and how you came to the calculation of the miles. And maybe we could go to that slide. There was a question about why we were counting twice those miles. And I guess part of this, I'm taking the opportunity to offer us a chance to educate ourselves and our whole community on the sort of details of this plan. Thanks.
Thank you, and good evening all. Chair Umstead, board members, Dr. Mbanga. The conversation with regards to transportation, I do think deserves a very brief reboot. And by that, I mean, let's go over a couple of the basics. I would ask as well for my colleagues, Dr. Pittman and Dr. Hardy, if you could give us the slide number where we have the comparative transportation data, that'd be helpful. And we'll have our IT department pull that up as well. In the interim, as we pull up the data slides from the presentation, particularly the summary data slide that shows the implications for going together as well as legacy scenarios under consideration, I do want to point out there seems to be some large misunderstanding on what are our key performance metrics that we're talking about with transportation. It is not mileage. And I can understand when we introduce an important measure like home to school miles. Let's start there. Home to school miles are for all students in Durham Public Schools. That would include, for example, students riding the bus, but also students that do not ride the bus. The reason we included this information around home to school miles is because that gives us a sense of compactness or diffuseness of our student assignment policies, and particularly the geographic boundaries. We use the examples when we have district-wide application schools, of which currently there are many, where we're busing from Person County to Chatham County, Wake County to Orange County for one school, amplified over our total number of application schools. The home to school miles should never be used in this example for any level of comparative measurement or further analysis. This was included to give you a broader sense of how large or compact our school bus networks in particular, but transportation networks for all DPS families are. The key measure that we need to be thinking about is the next line, and that has been lost in this conversation. How many bus routes do we have to carry for elementary school students? Today, and I do mean today, that number is 188. In a vacuum where there is no time and where there are light switches and every student could tomorrow be at another school, that would be 130, and we have modeled that out. When we've discussed the possibilities of additional scenarios for legacying 5th grade or 4th and 5th grade students, every grade level we have has approximately 1,500 riders on it. We've discussed our rider data and why that's so important. Let's pause there for a second. We are short today 43 bus drivers. We bridge that gap through what Director Harris and his team do. We wanted to emphasize that we are not at a stable level today, and you've heard that in public comments. You hear that every day in your emails. I do as well. It is an ongoing process for improvement. Having said that, we could save 58 bus routes, drivers for elementary school students where we were able to do a full implementation immediately. That cannot and is not going to happen. That is not what our proposal says in any regard. What we are saying is that for every year that we legacy onto that, for the grades that we legacy onto that, it's 50 additional buses as we go up, right? That point is crucial. I'm going to use an example. If we had a neighborhood with 60 students in it, let's assume for a second, of the 60 students, you have 10 kindergartners, 10 first graders, 10 second graders, third graders, fourth graders, and fifth graders. All 6 grades in one neighborhood, 60 students. And we consider this last recommended scenario. I mean, of the 60 students, currently today, we could have one bus servicing 60 students. The capacity of a bus is 72. However, if we legacy those students, I'll use a community like, let's discuss Wellens Village for a second. Today, their base school is Merrick Moore. Now they have to cross over Interstate 885, the East End connector, to get to Merrick Moore, but it is Merrick Moore. One bus servicing 60 students. Now under Growing Together, that boundary is adjusted for YU Smith. They will not have to cross the freeway to get to school. However, we've also recommended legacying grades 4 and 5. That's 20 students, right? We've got 40 students that are at a new school, grades K-3, and 20 students that are legacy for grades 4 and 5. Director Harris still has to run 2 buses to get the 20 students that are in grades 4 and 5 and to get the 40 students that are in grades K-3. There's an amplification factor as we layer this on. When we're talking about the escalating cost, what we're talking about is we're going to have a very complex system wherein there again, for every grade on top of that, you can begin to see, when we're talking about parallel school systems, I know that's been a conversation as well. What we're talking about is 2 different network designs for 2 entirely different student populations, right? There are overlaps. That's why, again, we have not said it's 130 drivers and 130 drivers. We think we can get 50 buses for each individual legacy grade. It will add complexity, but the conversation should not in any way be about mileage. The conversation is about the number of buses that we have to run, how many students we can fit on those buses. Remembering again, today, the average of our bus loads is 48 students. That's about middle of the pack for transportation plan. Could it be improved? Under Growing Together, we're trying to show you, yes, absolutely. It can be improved. We can be more efficient with our buses with the limited resources that we have. We use the Wellens Village example to show you the number of students that can fit onto those buses. Remembering, those buses will still have to drive the same number of mileage routes, irrespective if I'm loading 20 or I'm loading 60. That was the point that we were trying to make with this illustration. I hope that's helpful in clarifying that.
Can I just a follow up while we're on this? So as lessons learned, as we continue to learn from our community and how to communicate better, I think some of the confusion also comes from the slides that have the different scenarios on them, where they put a red X by transportation. So like scenario 1, can all grade 1 through 5 students stay? And, you know, families that are living that right now want that to be a green check. They want to like, and when they look at that slide, they see a red X and they tie it, as we presented it, to transportation only. And I think that's been, that hasn't been helping us communicate the complexity of that scenario and other scenarios that have more of these legacy students staying. Nor has it took me a while to figure out how chaotic a system that took 6 or 7 years to do that would be. So are there any other aspects, K-3 class size, new families moving into town, and where would they go to school, like MLS listings? Like, are there other pieces of that that we can share that make it clear more than just folks centering on transportation as the only scenario, you know, the only obstacle?
I would start at a fundamental level with the strategic plan and the schools that encompass and in bracket Murray Massenburg Elementary School. Each one of those schools is deploying mobile classrooms with our children learning in them today. That was where this conversation started. If we go back to 2019, my working with the board goes back to 2018. We were talking about the size of our schools. We were talking about suitability. We were talking about capacity. In some schools, we are significantly over capacity. In some schools, we are significantly under capacity. There again, that was the point of our color coding of we are trying to get to the green. We have deep red and deep yellow, and balancing that out as part of Priority Goal 5, not only fiscal, but operational responsibility. And you've heard me use that word in our conversations last week, and I'll say it again tonight. Any recommendation we've brought to you is with not only trying to be reasonable and compassionate for our children, but also responsible. Can we do this? I use the Wellens Village example because that same neighborhood is now under this recommended scenario going to 2 different schools. Right? One bus coming in and taking those students to Merrick Moore across the freeway, and one bus going in, loading up the students that remain and going on to Y.E. Smith. You can envision how, as we add grades, that will add additional complexity and additional costs associated with it, as well as the time associated with how long do we have to live in that transition window.
Thank you for that, that explanation. I think it's helpful for us to understand and to revisit that, you know, the slide about the number of routes. I think now I'm gonna ask a different type of question. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Mr. Palmer. I also wanted to ask about, we have precedents for redistricting. We've done that with a number of schools over time. It's just been 30 years since there's been this massive of a shift. And so I wanted to, I guess going back to the communication issue, I wanted to ask, how have we kind of dealt with that with other situations, even Lions Farm this year opening? How did we ease or did we have school level conversations? How did principals introduce the idea about, you know, some children shifting to a new school, and coupled with the communication, I also want to ask about just how we've eased transitions. I asked about that last time. A number of people have brought up the, you know, social emotional issues and the mental health of our students. And I think that, you know, it is important that we take into consideration what this move will mean for our students. We have moved students historically, you know, many times. It just hasn't been, again, this massive of a move in a very long time. And so how do we ease that? what happens at the school level to ease that transition?
Chair Umstead, Vice Chair Sears, members of the board, good evening. It is, as you just said, it is less challenging. It's easier to be more robust with smaller changes. With the transitions that we had with Githens and Brogdon and Creekside and Parkwood, as well as with the opening of Lions Farm, we had certain grade levels that were enabled to legacy. We had school level meetings, and we had robust conversations with principals assisting them. I'm not going to call out my colleague, but I have on my staff a director of strategic communications and marketing who is also a Lions Farm mother and was very much aware of, played a role in supporting the new principal, and was involved with on the PTA of Parkwood, where she was previously there. So we worked very closely with individual schools at that level on those transitions, including and especially after the decision was made, so that we could explain the options and share information about next steps. We are working with our we are working as a growing together team. With your action, we will be able to put together simple, relatively speaking, simple school by school information, starting with our lottery schools, about what the options are for your school. You don't have to navigate through multiple school options. What happens if I'm in these grades? What are my options? What will the process be? We will be able to turn those around relatively quickly. I want to say within a month. I'm not with my colleagues who are helping work on that, so I don't want to make promises on their behalf. We are also in a position where we will be able to, with this decision, get geocoded addresses for every student who is affected by this plan, for every student, and this is your address, this is your designated school for 2024, your base assignment, your year-round option, your DLI option, et cetera, and so on. So that's the mass communication piece of this. There is also an engagement piece, and I think I said last week that there is communication, there is engagement. And board members and members of the public have spoken to us very clearly about the kinds of engagement that are necessary. We have been having these conversations in the last few weeks. I mentioned last week that we have made an a reorganization to provide greater focus to family and community engagement as well as communication. I've described with you the communications efforts that my office will lead, working with growing together teams to increase that. We will be working with the Office of Federal Programs and Community Engagement to collaborate on greater access to WhatsApp communities, to school level meetings, and moving forward. We are 11 months away from the opening of the lottery period. We are roughly 18 months away from the new school year. We will be ready.
In regards to the question about students and supporting students in their transition, we've been working closely with the Office of Student Support Services. We want to thank the board for your support of our trauma-informed professional learning for our teachers and staff. Within those resources and professional learning are specific examples and strategies for working with students and families regarding major transitions such as a global pandemic. And that would also include transitions when your school community will be changing. We're also committed to working with our school counselors and school social workers to make sure that we are able to start to work to create networks within schools and families so that they will know a friend, a companion who'll be transitioning to that same school based on their new geographical base, to make sure that there's someone in that new environment that can help support them. So know that in addition to the work that Mr. Sutter's mentioned regarding the engagement and communication, that we stand ready to support our students and families socially and emotionally with the transition.
Thank you. I appreciate hearing that. And I know some of it might feel like redundant, but I think it's important for people to hear again and again how we're going to do this. People's children are the most precious thing to them, and not thing, but part of their life, part of their heart. And I think, you know, in talking to people and listening to concerns, I just hear this, sense that, you know, the school community is so important to people. People are rooted in that now. And it's only recently the parents could, especially, you know, of younger children, could start to be more part of the, physically part of the school community, post, you know, opening back up in person and all of that. So I just want to be mindful of the need for a sense of belonging and community for children and for their parents. But I appreciate hearing that. I have more logistical questions, but does someone else want to? My other questions are specifically about the rules. So just, I wanted to go back to Natalie's question about just clarifying that students who are in a magnet program now will be able to stay in that magnet program. The wording seems a little bit different on this slide. And are we updating that to make it more explicit, or I wasn't sure because it still says priority will be provided. I thought that was the same language as last week. Is there a need to put guaranteed, or is that something that we can offer, the guaranteed part?
To clarify to the board and the community, the materials that are part of the packet are the exact same materials as last week. So there were updates shared in my opening comments, and know that once there's action taken, our future materials will communicate the action that the board has taken, as well as modifications that have been made. We wanted to make sure, and it might be that Mr. Palmer, Dr. Pack, or Dr. Pittman can speak to this. We wanted to ensure that for every pupil, we could ensure that there would be a seat for those programs in that region. And our planners have done that work, which gives us the ability to say, we will ensure that in that region for those programs, we will make sure, if you would like, to have a seat at that school within that region. And I'll look to, I can't see. Okay, I just can't see. Oh, there he is. Sorry, I couldn't see him.
So, Ms. Chavez, I want to make sure that I'm directly answering the question that you're asking. Could you restate it just so that we have a linear thread?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify that what we were saying is that a student who's in a magnet program now or next year, 23-24, is guaranteed a seat in the same magnet program, though not necessarily at the same school. Yeah, just that.
Yeah, let's, and I'm sorry, what's that? Okay. Let's walk through that for a second, because I think it warrants just the specifics of the variables that we're talking about, the numbers that we're walking back from the total capacity of the school and how we derive it at the seats. Will that work? Okay. So using an example, we can discuss for a moment, Moorhead Montessori, right? The capacity for the school we have is 260 K-5 students, right? Today, we recognize that there are enrolled students that live in the new base area or boundary for the school. We've discussed all the reasons why the old priority zones were an equity as well as a logistical hurdle for many families. Setting that aside, there are 52 students that live in the new boundary for Moorhead Montessori. Right? In addition, there are currently 47 enrolled 4th and 5th grade students. Right? So we've looked at the new boundary. We've looked at the legacy students that are not in that boundary. Right? We've also looked at the reassigned kindergarten through 3rd graders that would be in the new boundary that don't currently go to Moorhead, but this would be their new base school. Right? That number is 24. We also know that there are enrolled students that are not in that base area. I believe that's the question that you're asking. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So enrolled students at Moorhead that are not in the boundary of the school. So they have a different boundary school, but they are in the school today. That number we also have is 47 students for Moorhead, right? So you can see we're taking the total capacity and walking back the subtraction of, I want to state this again because as we discussed last week, this is important. The number of students that live in the new boundary that go to Moorhead today. So we're converting from effectively a lottery placement to a boundary placement, right? We have legacy students that are not part of that boundary, but they go there today. And we've discussed all 4th and 5th graders would be legacy irrespective of program. We have the reassigned students, those that live in the new boundary but don't go to the school. And we have those that go to the school that don't live in the new boundary but live in the region. We've modeled that out for every one of our campuses. To Dr. Hardy's opening remarks, we can say that we have seats designate, we understand how many students fall into each of those categories for each of our application schools. I believe the words earlier were that there's a plan in place recognizing that this is January 19th, 2023. Right? With the data that we have today, we do have not only allotted seats recognizing each of those categories of students, but remaining seats as well for the remainder of the eligible Durham community. So we can account for those in the base area. I'll say this the 3rd time, just so we're very, very clear. Those in the base area that enrolled today, those are legacy 4-5 that aren't in the boundary. Those that would be reassigned to the school as a function of the new boundary. Those that are not in the boundary, but are in the region and are eligible. And that still gives us remaining seats to allocate to ensure that as we talk about increasing access, if we were to go through those categories and there were no seats left, there would be a challenge there because we would be talking about a change, but there would be no opportunity for the remaining families in Durham. So we're sharing with you all, we've walked through each of those categories. We've geolocated those specific students. We've accelerated that, trying to get answers for tonight's meeting. And we do stand with the opening remarks with Dr. Hardy. I think that captured what we can say at this time.
So I'm sorry, you've said that for Montessori, and we're saying that for year round. We talked about that last week, that we have capacity region-wide. Sorry, Ms. Chavez, I just, when these things come to mind. We know we have IB capacity because we're growing capacity. But we also heard concerns about schools, and I'll talk about Club and Poe that were very represented here this evening, that feel that same connection to a school, but might have the same kind of things about students that are there from other regions, other places, and their desire to stay either at Poe or whatever. Do we, besides the 4-5 legacy that we're doing district-wide, have you all looked at any of those other schools, K-3 capacity, or everyone in those scenarios goes to base schools? Is that a fair question?
Let me make sure I understand the question, Ms. Byer. You're asking the question, have we looked at every school across the district to evaluate remaining capacity given the program?
No, I feel tension with this point about guaranteeing continuation for application school students, but that's what we're saying. But I want to be clear that we haven't done that work for the remainder of schools, and some folks are in schools that are magnets today that are being demagnetized. So what's the ongoing thought about those families? They're unclear, they're unsure, and especially if they have younger siblings. I think some clarity is helpful.
So how we have thought about that challenge is in regards to academic and program continuity, not continuity in that brick and mortar space, to ensure that children have access. If I have started in a particular academic program, that we will ensure that that vertical alignment and access continues. And so we have had program or magnet schools that have been arts schools and have had that as a focus. With this recommendation, every school has arts as the opportunity for every child that attends that school. That is part of our recommendation. And so that is not something that is special for just a few DPS elementary schools. We heard loud and clear from our community that that was a value that needed to be in every one of those schools. You did ask specifically in regarding Club. Club is a humanities school, and humanities programming is inclusive of history, language, and the arts. Again, all DPS elementary schools will have at a minimum weekly access to world languages and STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math, and the arts. So not just at one or a few of DPS elementary schools, at all DPS elementary schools. In addition, Club will also have a cohort of students that would participate in the dual language immersion program. So what we have tried to do is to make sure that we are being thoughtful about a child's social, emotional, and academic progression, and ensuring that those progressions and needs can be met. And that does mean it may not be met in that same brick and mortar school. And I hope that brought a little bit of clarity, and I'm going to look back to check with the team. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't want to monopolize all the time. I just want to be clear that that's my unreadiness this evening, and I'm still imploring to my colleagues both here and online to give this another week to put some of that information in writing so that we can actually continue to use this as we have to kind of build trust. And, you know, some of the items that you presented tonight, Dr. Hardy, were very helpful and reassuring to families that are in this space, but they were verbally presented. They're not on a slide yet. Language matters, and actually, like Mr. Palmer, you presented great data. I'm not a verbal learner. I gotta see it. I gotta, you know, so I'm making notes, but that's not the same as like actually seeing it. And so I want us to help be clear through every step of this, and rushing ahead tonight rather than giving it till next week kind of gives me continues to give me pause. So that, sorry. I think Ms. Chavez, I was in the middle of your question, sorry.
We can build on each other. Well, I have a related question to that, which is just then I want to make very clear. So if a student is in a magnet program such as Sandy Ridge or Club that is being sunsetted, do they get priority in the lottery for a different or somehow related magnet program? But with the idea that we're not going to have that, we're not going to have an arts magnet school for elementary anymore. Do they get priority for another type of magnet program, or no? Does that make sense?
Are you asking if I attend Sandy Ridge and I apply in the lottery 24-25, would I get priority for Montessori?
Yeah.
No, I don't get priority for Montessori because I've not been in that academic program. So our intention is preservation or continuation within the academic programming that the child has been experiencing, so that there would not be a break in that programming.
Thank you. That makes sense. And I wanted to clarify that. That is something we have heard. That question has come up, I think, just in comment and also via email. And so I think it's important to just be clear about that. So if a student is in a magnet program that will continue, then they get priority for that program, that magnet program, but not one that is no longer going to exist. And so they would need to they could apply for a different program. Okay, another question is, there was a question that came up about kids opting out of a certain program. Where do those kids go? Is there a certain school where they will be then zoned for if, say, they don't want to do year round or they don't want to do IB? Programs where the whole school will be, on that model, unlike DLI, where there will only be some classrooms doing that program. How do they get to decide? Do we have a list? Yeah.
So families who do not want to attend their geographical base assigned school, they have two options. Their first option is to apply to the lottery. Their second option is to work with the Office of Student Assignment within our normal transfer process. Dr. Pack wants to add to my answer.
So for students who are using the opt-out process, and I'm talking for Melody Marshall, who's not here tonight, but there will be a separate opt-out process that will be under the transfer process, but it'll be specific to opt-out. And so again, that is part of the communication that we will dig in and provide to students and their families about their options, along with if they don't want to go to the programmatic school. So if they're zoned for Montessori and they don't want the Montessori, these are your options, and that will be part of it, the opt-out process.
And those schools will be within that region. And I know we clarified that last week. I just want to make sure that for our community, if we have new folks that are listening within that region.
Thank you. I have one last rules related question, I think, which is about sibling preference. I just wanted to clarify that. So if someone, if a student is legacied into a school and then they apply for sibling preference and they get that, does that sibling, that younger sibling, stay in the school for the rest of the time that they're in elementary school? You want to give you an example? Okay. My base school is Hillendale, but or I'm a rising fifth grade student, 24-25. Younger student is in kindergarten. They get sibling preference to stay in the school, even though I'm now zoned for I'm not sure, easily. And so does that but then the fifth grader, I'm the fifth grader, I graduate and I go to middle school. Does my younger sibling get to stay in the school for the rest of their time in elementary school?
So the recommendation that we have of the rules is that that sibling would stay there while the fourth or fifth grader matriculated. And so then at that time, they would then go to their base assigned school or the lottery school that they've applied to and received a seat in.
And that younger sibling is not guaranteed a seat. They will work with the Office of Student Assignment. And remember, in those lower grades, remember, that group of children are going to their geographically assigned base school. So they'll work with the Office of Student Assignment, and we will grant as many as we can within the K-3 class size legislation, because we have specific limits on those particular classrooms. So.
Thank you. I think all these details are really important. I'm going to say one last thing and then I'll let my colleagues speak. And I do think taking the time to get through some of these details is important, because these are the questions that are, you know, again, being asked of us, and people want to know. And so the last thing I just wanted to say is I asked that question about metrics, and I know Dr. Mabenga, you'll speak on it more, and we will talk about it with the strategic plan process. But I want to say that the metric I would be wanting to see is most is around racial equity. And so that's my priority in thinking through this plan. I always have the numbers of our academic outcomes in my mind, and the discipline data that we reviewed in December, which showed that our Black male students were 18 more times more likely to be suspended, short-term suspended, or referred to the restorative practice centers over the last 4 years than white female students. These are the things that are in the back of my head as we're looking at this data, thinking about equity, thinking about creating more opportunities for our students, and equalizing our programs across the district. And so ultimately, if we see those numbers change in the academic outcomes of our students, in particular our students of color, our Black and Latinx students, which are significantly lower than their white counterparts, then that's the kind of success that I'll be looking for.
Great, thank you. Just a quick process. We're going to head to Ms. Rogers next. Ms. Byer, I'm going to come back and see if you have additional questions, comments. Ms. Umstead has an additional comment, and then I'll make some comments and we'll see where we are.
So bear with me. I have a lot of feelings around the growing together. But I want to thank the staff and let you know that I appreciate all the time you've taken with us this week to talk about all the questions we had last week, all the time you've taken to speak with members of our community. That has not gone unnoticed and is much appreciated. I remember having feelings of nervousness when these changes were being made in the 90s. And I respect that from all families, and I wouldn't expect anything less from Durham. Last week I did acknowledge that we needed to do more to get input from Black and brown families. But I also want to make sure that our community knows we also expect them to hold space for members of the Black and brown community to let their voices be heard. Because I'm not sure that happened in our working sessions. I know it didn't happen when people attended work groups and information was not supposed to be shared and did get shared. So trust is built in both directions, and we can't expect that from our administration and not give that back to them. And we have to make room for people who have a more difficult time saying, I know these other people really want to hold on to their programs, but we really need access to. And so it's very interesting to be in this space and on the board at this time, and I'm appreciative of the work of my colleagues. I mentioned that I was unready last week, and I remain unready to take a vote tonight. And I'm unready. I would like to see some frequently asked questions particularly around what happens at Orrin Harris, what happens at Club, what happens at Sandy Ridge. People have been asking for that from the beginning. We haven't done it yet. And I could vote yes if I could see the answers to those frequently asked questions. The questions that Board Member Chavez and Ms. Byer have asked for tonight, included in those frequently asked questions, would be helpful for me. I know it's time. I don't want to delay the time. I don't want to put us way out of whack. But even 1 week would give us an opportunity to get those questions answered. They're not new. We've had the opportunity to respond. We've had opportunity to go in and have individual school-based conversations. I'm concerned because when I think about educators who've left Orrin Harris because they didn't feel secure about what this growing together plan is going to look like, that our families haven't had that opportunity. They've gone to other schools in the district and gone outside of the district. And I'm concerned that we haven't given families the opportunity to make choices for themselves. And I know I'm not asking us to delay the vote a month. I'm asking for however long it's going to take to do the frequently asked questions. Because families need that in order to make the best decisions. I've asked several questions that have gone unanswered, particularly with concern around the legacy students in 4th and 5th grade and their ability to apply to magnet programs. When we're talking about Club and Orrin Harris and Sandy Ridge, it sounds to me like we're saying, well, we're not going to do this magnet program anymore, but you applied for this school, so you're locked in 4th and 5th grade, and you can't go anywhere else. And I'd like to hear more about why it sounds that way, and if it is actually that. I really do appreciate this work. I know it's time. We all know it's time. We just need a little, I think even the board is coming in tonight with so many questions that it's going to be difficult to say with certainty what we expect the outcomes to be on February 6th. And we're asking people to apply to programs that we don't know are going to be in 2024. And I don't think that's appropriate. And we just need, can we see a frequently asked question sheet before next board meeting or whatever time and make a decision then? That's what I'm asking my colleagues, to give it some more time. We have a lot of questions. I'm concerned about teacher turnover, where educators going to go. They're already talking about leaving. They're already talking about looking at going to different schools that have a different model and what that looks like. So I want to make sure that we have also a frequently asked question list for educators. If I know there's a limit on our transfer portal. And so if that's going to be the case, are they going to be looking outside? Have we had those conversations? And what I want us to hear what happens if we don't allow 4th and 5th graders to transfer. What happens when they withdraw their students? Do they re-enroll at their base school, or do they get put back in to the magnet seat that they were already in? If they leave and go to charters, what are the ramifications of them deciding that they want to come back if we lock them into their seats or tell them they have to go through the transfer process? We have to be good to our people, and our people include parents and families and educators. And making a decision without answers to so many of these questions tonight feels to me like we're not being good to them.
So I appreciate the discussion because that's how I think this board listens and continues to listen to each other and reconsider how we move forward. I appreciate, Girja still here, where'd she go? I appreciate Girja who said, this is a complicated plan. But it's also aspirational, and I would expect nothing less as we plan for Durham growing together. But I've been working like diligently both to understand it and to be able to communicate it because it's so complicated. And what it will get us to is a more simple, fair place with this regional model. It's not just about transportation. It's about keep your kid first, go look at your base school because your base school is going to be great. It's going to be stronger than it's ever been. It's going to have foreign language. It's going to have books in the library and technology and everything that children need and art and music and joy. It's going to have, if it's been a program that where the teachers are committed to the humanities, they can still teach that and we will empower them to do that. If they are integrated arts and core knowledge, they can still teach that and use all the delights that is. They just might be getting their students in a different methodology. But I also like the FAQs, I want us to put in writing so that people can see it. It's not unclear and people aren't interpreting what a staff member said vaguely as they're really trying to contemplate these very individual, personal decisions for themselves. And I've been trying to make this regional map. I just want here's what's in the north. And I can't make maps, but y'all can. But I want people to see it as they're contemplating magnets this year. And I want us to be clear that if you choose a program out of your region, that might increase your child's disruption in the future. So I want us to be honest about that with what we're communicating both this session and going forward. So I would love some kind of map of the 5 regions. And I know I hassled y'all back in June or May to mail out those maps, those pieces of paper, but I still think there's some of the most important things we've done because people can see it, take it home, think about it like before, the after, the why. And I think once people do, they're with us much more profoundly understanding the why. And I appreciate so much the emails that came and said, I understand and support the vision and equity goals of this. I just want us to be able to actually give it a week or so and be as crystal clear as we can with really complex material as we're communicating it. I struggle still to communicate DLI, like how is that going to work? Because at some point we said, no, it was going to be a whole school. Everybody was going to benefit from the cultural infusion and it was still going to be touch every student in the school. And then we said it was a track within. And so I still am wondering like how those applications will come, how that matching will come, that you put one Spanish speaker with one non-Spanish speaker as you build those programs. So there's work to do there. There's work to do a lot of places. And I know y'all want us to say yes, so you can continue to do the work. So I think the community hears from conversation tonight that this is as gentle of a transition as we can logistically make. I think they hear that from this board unanimously, so I don't think a vote tonight changes anything, but I think a vote next week would go a long way towards building trust. So those are kind of some of the things that I would like as we move forward, however this moves forward. I'm going to say it here and we need more staff to actually do this and handhold people through these decisions and understand it. Because if we send stuff out to a school, some folks, it's very address specific. We have to have those conversations. We have to have them in Spanish. We have to have them in their language of origin. We have to put more staff behind this transition for people as we continue to build trust. And I'm sorry that the Little River folks left because I want someone at least to to talk about real quick, if you can, why we picked Little River. We did K-8 there because there's so much capacity in that school and need for growth. And I think once those Little River teachers understand how much, what Montessori is and how much folks love it and how much children and educators love it, and as we support them and pay them for training, they will be the biggest champions for that program. But I don't think we've had a chance to even tell them kind of how we picked their school. It wasn't random. It was not random at all. And it was very thoughtful. And I hate that we got there without being in step with them. But can someone speak to Little River? Why Little River? I don't know who I'm looking at in staff. That, yeah.
Just a reminder of the order of the meeting. We don't respond to public comment and we're not going to engage in public discussions. We're having a board discussion.
Okay, so one of the important attributes when you have application programs within a region is the idea that they're relatively equivalently placed and accessible for all students and families that live in a region. So use an example. We have several schools that are on county lines, right? A great example would be Creekside Elementary, truly in the town of Chapel Hill, but in Durham County, right? That would be very difficult to get to for all of Durham. In the north, when we were looking at the suite of schools that are in Northern Durham, and in particular, our legacy of enrollment history in Northern Durham, also recognizing that, Ms. Bauer, to your point, historically, it has been a K-8 school, and we have struggled significantly at the middle school grade spans as it accelerates. The primary feature when we were looking at the Montessori program, recognizing that the demand for our community across Durham, asking, how could we have access to more seats, right? This notion that there's several schools that have access, several neighborhoods that have direct access to our Montessori program, but the rest of Durham is effectively shut out of that. Right? To the point about Little River, its capacity is 489 students. That would significantly increase access to the Montessori program from across Durham. We are stable, if not declining, in our enrollment in Northern Durham because we cannot bring additional residential development to Northern Durham. We are seeing a population arc in Northern Durham, particularly after we cross over Olmsted Road, right? I share that because that's all relevant when we're looking at the location of a school, recognizing there again, part of Little River is accessible not only to the northern region, but to the eastern region. Yes, we have 15501 access, but there are also Snow Hill Road and other roads that connect us to eastern Durham. So what we're talking about there, the placement of a school, the reason I use Creekside as a counterfactual is that Creekside is about as far away for the students that would be eligible to go to it as we could get. Little River is therein accessible to the northern region, but also through additional roads to the eastern region. We felt strongly that that was a great locational choice. We call that centrality. How far is it in relationship to the population around it that would be eligible to go to the school? And is the school situated to accommodate both boundary students and application students? There again tonight, you've heard the importance of neighborhood access to schools. We've heard it from our board, we've heard it from our parents in our community. It's even a part of the Durham Comprehensive Plan. Right. I'd say all of that. There have been those questions as well. Why are we looking at boundaries and lottery seats? And we're trying to be respective and reflecting of the values that sometimes are in tension with one another that we've heard from you, the board, in our community. So Little River, given its centrality within the northern region, accessible to northern students as well as eastern Durham students, recognizing there again, currently those areas of Durham have effectively no equivalent statistical probability access to schools. It was a wonderful opportunity to bring a program to a campus that's been struggling with enrollment.
The only thing I would add to that is that those pieces of the puzzle that he was just talking about, the centrality to the region, the enrollment of the school, all of that were the criteria that we put into policy 4150 that was adopted, the updated policy. So that gave us the rubric, the guide to look at which schools in which regions would be best suited to house application programs.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move to Ms. Umstead has a comment, Ms. Lewis has a comment, then Ms. Valladares.
Thank you all, and I just appreciate my fellow board members for all the discussion and different questions that you all have. I don't disagree that a FAQ would be really helpful. I think I just want to also give some feedback to the administration that we have to be really explicit. Sandy Ridge magnet program, as we know it in this current plan, will not exist in the same way. And there might still be arts at the school, but as far as a magnet that you can apply there, that won't exist. And I worry that sometimes we get a little too jargony sometimes in our language. And I think we need to be really clear in this FAQ and making sure that families understand what options they may have. Because they could ask for a transfer into that school to stay there, or understanding what programs may still exist, whether in the specials programs at some of those schools. So I appreciate you, Ms. Rogers, for listening out, RN Harris, Sandy Ridge. I think there was another one that you all listed. How do we get really clear about that in an FAQ, I think is important. And I also think that we can vote today and do that still at the same time. I think that feels really important to hold both of those true together as we continue to clarify, and we can come back to if we need to, we need to do this or do that in order to make sure it works out for those schools and those schools communities. So that's all my only comment I wanted to add.
Thank you, Ms. Umstead. Ms. Lewis.
This is Javanya Lewis. And my comments are very similar, just that this is a public meeting. This is not a one-on-one that a board member is having with an administrator. The statements that Dr. Hardy made here is public record. So I just want to thank you for the transparency and the individual scenarios that Ms. Chavez brought out. It's going to be important to communicate what this forward movement looks like. Those scenarios are important to have. There are guides and maps out here for the purposes of an FAQ. I was just looking at that same flyer that you held up, Ms. Beyer. With governance and direction, more concrete communication can go forward. And that's what I'm looking forward to. I like what the direction that Chair Umstead just gave around the FAQ. And I believe it can only be done well after having the governance and direction. What is a policy that will allow these things to be laid out? The last thing I want to say, as I hear these scenarios that Ms. Chavez brought up, it seems complicated listening to it right now, but remember, the system we had before was even more complicated than what was just shared. Let's not forget, this plan creates access for students and families who normally would not have had the access that this plan is allowing. This creates opportunities in East Durham. As important as that has been, that families have come out and spoken towards that. This is a next step toward implementation, with understanding that we have the next 18 months to further take deeper dives in the communication with concrete plans, with a day in the life of assignment plan, as creative as this administration is. And I don't know that if I said thank you. Thank you for all of your hard work in every phase we've been through in this plan. This is public record. And I also believe that the anxiety is better relieved when people have answers and understand the direction. Voting yes for the motion that's on the floor passes a policy, and we get to make history tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Ms. Valladares.
It's been such a wonderful night. I know this is a discussion that we've been having over and over and over in so many different ways. I want us to ask some questions, just reflective questions. The question is, at this juncture, our administration has been working on this plan for a long time, where we have had some tweaks and changes, which are celebrated. At this juncture, in a week, What if we delay it for a week, for next week? Let's say that hypothetically, we delay it. We delay the vote for a week. Now, I just want us to think about this. What about the plan is actually going to change in 1 week? Engagement is something, I just want us to separate the different components because engagement has to happen. When the city of Durham decided to change the UDO, you know, they created ambassador programs. It was Durham Engage. I don't know how many of you filled out surveys. I can tell you that the city of Durham undertook this and put money forth to pay ambassadors, to give incentives, to get surveys, to have people share in their respective, whether it's a faith-based organization, whether it's anywhere. There was an engagement effort, but the UDO was changed and not 100% of all stakeholders in the city of Durham got to weigh in on the UDO being changed. I'm going to give you another example. Right now, there's going to be a change about a greenway that is happening on Alston Avenue. You know that that decision was made 10 years ago, maybe 11 now, because it's been actually some time since that decision to create a greenway similar to what you see with the American Tobacco campus. It's happening on Alston Avenue, and the engagement just happened to take off. It's probably been like a year. And there have been organizers. There's this concept of people who are rooted in communities, who are influential, who can sometimes become gatekeepers. But the thing is that the plan was made 10 years ago. Some of you are having conversations about the school DSA, the conversation about what school could be upward in that wonderful part that is very forested, that is along the lines of the Ellerby Creek watershed. Those plans, that was talked about 10 years ago. So where I'm going with this is just a question about what will really change on the paper. And I want the community to think whether we are doing you a service by saying, because we know that during the implementation phase, we have to do engagement, because implementation means you have to communicate what the changes are. Would you prefer for us to pay to a certain degree? I'm not going to say lip service, but I'm going to let you know that we have talked and talked and talked with our administration. We have pushed them, prodded them. They have also given us the real. They have given the real in terms of scenarios, in terms of what does it take, what's feasible. And sometimes our emotions do go with you, and we want to stall, and we want to, just stall the process and say, I'm unready. People are ready. I feel their tension. I feel their fear. I feel what they're experiencing right now, contemplating the possibility that they may or may not, because we don't know yet. There are different processes and systems in place that could give you a chance, whether you're no longer zoned for that boundary, that you're no longer there, or maybe you're not in the legacy, that provisions that have been communicated. Maybe you can go to the student assignment office and file and do the transfer process. You may get in. So there's still, what I'm trying to say is that there's no certainty unless we actually take a decisive move. That decisive move is based on the fact that we cannot delay this longer. It's not going to be another year. The more that time passes, our administration will not be able to communicate effectively any plan that is unclear. What you heard tonight, even from board colleagues tonight, is that exact problem of not having clarity of what it looks like. Because it's not yet implemented and it hasn't been communicated broadly, even at the school level. The administrators do not feel that they are in their due right to talk to their stakeholders, their actual school community, about what this really means, because they're still saying if it's not concrete, if it's not a fact, we haven't gotten to that step, it's still pretty much in the air. And so my question is, I will gladly join. We have a board with many different opinions, and there's both things out there. One is we vote tonight and we start the implementation and we start deploying the different vehicles that we have for communication, so everybody knows, and the FAQ, and the ability for families to get clear information from their schools, which they have been asking for. The other option is we don't vote tonight. So I'm putting this on, we don't vote tonight. We wait another week. We hear more from more parents and more families who are finding out. And the question is, will the plan be different a week from now? Will what we presented tonight, and I actually put this to administration, I want to hear from you all, because this, every single day when I've been grappling with this question and engaging families, and I'm hearing from the different school communities, the question about the magnet application closing, it's February 9th, right? February 9th is when the magnet applications, February 6th. We just talked tonight that the February 6th deadline will not be moved unless we have a strict timeline because we have schools that are year round that will start in July. So it's not feasible for us to delay the application unless we delay in one part, Dr. Hardy, you said, then we would have to make the response time shorter. And I can already tell you many families have issues responding within the time frame because the computers access, so many different things, questions, they have to have discussions with their family, and rushing that process will leave families with, I was trying to answer this question, and we don't want to create chaos in that part. So I want to put it to the community because I owe it to you as somebody who's representative, who's listening. I owe it to you to just be honest and just say the truth. The truth is that when we've had these votes, we can delay things, but then it still happens. Does it matter that we delayed it for a month, for a week or a month? If the plan is not going to change, it's 2024. When it was reopening, we had a very unique situation where the reopening was happening in that time period. So the vote, and I decided to also vote with my colleagues who decided to delay it, was because those days would have made a difference. It was in that same time period that the reopening was going to happen. So it made a difference to delay. And I delayed the vote. I delayed and I said, let's wait. And we actually got to reopen with a leeway of a few days. And that made a difference because there were teachers who could go on break and come back and know they had time to, get their classroom set up and make sure that everything was, the 6 feet apart and so many COVID precautions that we had to have. We also had time during that time, to just reassure the community that we were prioritizing their safety, not perfectly, and we owned that. But it made a difference then because the time period is right then and now. And it was a matter of days before this would kick in. Our board member, Giovanni Lewis, mentioned, and she said, for clarity, this will not take place, not right now. And we know this is 2024, 2025. Does delaying help you? Does delaying, if the plan doesn't change, if the plan is not going to change at all, and we know that we have to do engagement, that can't happen until it is solid. Until it is a solid plan, our administration is in a certain way, not able to give the directive to all the principals that they need to be communicating this because it's not set in stone. The application process as it is right now, when I talked to, and I called today, my question was, can we put something on how is this impact if we do it today versus a week from now? And how it impacts is that the time is running out for that application the magnet application. I was told, if it's not a solid plan, we can't communicate it in the magnet application. It can't be a disclosure. It can't be something that can be said to families who are applying currently right now. It is impacting them, their ability to see how this affects them. So we will wait, let's say we wait till the 26th. The magnet application closes on the 6th. We'll be doing service to the families that are currently doing their applications so their child can have access to these programs without having that information there. I want the best for the community, and I've been listening, and I'm so appreciative. And you may not like me just right now, some of you may not, but I'm letting you know that we have been tested through time and time again through difficult decisions, and this is one of the difficult decisions. My thing is, do I do you a service to just sweeten it a little bit and say, okay, we'll delay it for a week. It's going to kick in 2024, 2025. We'll delay it for a week. We'll hear from more people that we have to hear, that we will be hearing anyways, because we want to hear from you next week. Even if we pass it tonight, we want to hear from you next week because that's going to help us do the engagement better. So I just want my colleagues also, the vote tonight is a vote about, are we really thinking we're going to change this plan and the administration is going to go back and bring something different? That's a question we have to grapple with. Does 1 week, because if there is something different next week, believe me, I'll delay it. I will delay. What else are we going to change? I am willing to delay it. If there's going to be a change to a plan that's going to impact families, I will delay it if there's something else. But I also just want to put it to administration. Have we checked all the boxes? There was a question tonight. Have we done all our due diligence? And that is something the administration can answer as well. But I'm ready to vote tonight because I'm telling you that it has been an ongoing conversation with many families who feel that they haven't been engaged as much as they can and that the principals are not empowered yet to give them concrete information because we have not made a decision. And just like the city of Durham, when they changed the UDO, and just like when they're building that walkway on Alston Avenue and they have to do the engagement, some of these decisions are based on factors that can't wait. Our children can't wait. One of my colleagues said, we have some serious trouble upstream if we do not address the overcrowdedness that is currently happening today and kids in mobile units today. And as time goes on, we can't be responsible in that way. We have transportation challenges. We have many kinds of challenges, but overcrowding will yield to students who do not get what they deserve. They will not get the attention that they need. And there is trauma. And there is all kinds of research showing overcrowded schools are a bad recipe for education. And I think every child deserves to have an education where they are seen, where they're valued, and we are working with other systems. You have told us that we have to write policies that prohibit discrimination and bullying. It doesn't matter who you are or what your family looks like. We love all our families, all the variety and diversity of families. We're working on the student assignment office. And even last year, I was looking, and I'm going to tell you this, the magnet application period, even last year was a challenge for us because we were dealing with COVID, and the student assignment office and the MRC offices worked together to support families to complete the application outside of the digital. Dr. Hardy, you remember that I was emailing you and I was saying, there are families who it's an equity issue. They can't access the online application. They need that one-to-one help. And we were dealing with the pandemic and we were not actually able to have the open doors to everybody. And yet you told me, and I quote you, that there was a conference room, right, that would be reserved so people can come to the MRC and have that space and get what they needed to get. And I just put that on you because that is the way that this district responds to things. We don't do it perfectly, but we figure something out in terms of what needs to happen to do better engagement. And that is part of implementation. That is the phase of implementation where you communicate clearly what the changes are, where every school needs to have what that school demographic or what not the demographic, but what the change is going to be for families. And I just feel like this has been a very, very, very important moment for all of us. And it's an important moment that addresses other systemic things, other things in our system that need to be addressed in terms of access, in terms of better communication, in terms of respect, the respect to be included. And we hear that, and we will continue to work on that. But this is one thing that ties into so many things, and it is a gift to be in this moment. My thing is, let's give administration what they need to do the work that you want them to do, which is to provide concrete, clear communication about what this plan really is, down to the case that if we have to set up stations or a call center where families call in when they cannot access the ArcGIS data set, that we can actually triage what's going on. If they go onto the ArcGIS data set that allows you to put your address in, and it'll give you what school you are zoned for and what are your options. If we need to do that, Dr. Mubenga, I do feel like this is a call for us to figure out whether the 18 million need to help us with some kind of, we have some conversations we need to move to about those $18 million and how they can be used. And I know that our administration is working on recommendations, but we need to have sufficient support for families that are affected by digital inequities. And so we have to continue to think about how we're going to communicate. But the implementation is very key to this. And the clear vote tonight is a way for our administration to catch these families that are about to apply tomorrow or even tonight to that application magnet seat and have better communication about what's really happening, or our schools and everything else. Thank you.
I'm sorry. So I appreciate all of that, Ms. Valladares, and you and I spoke earlier about this. I'd like to hear from administration because I just want us to know that we are doing everything we can be to be clear. So we are united in that. But currently you go to the magnet thing, it's magnet time. And you go there and we do have language up. It's in red, so it jumps at you. I don't know. I hope it's in Spanish too and other languages. Elementary school assignments for the 23-24 school year are only for 1 year. Elementary school families who apply for application magnet schools for this application period and accept a lottery seat may have to reapply for the 24-25 school year and will receive priority for a comparable program in that region. Click here to learn more. It takes us to the map that works for some people and doesn't for some people. I'm just saying, I think that thing you talked about for COVID magnet, we need extra people just to all hands on deck, help people in person this year, whether we vote now or a week from now. But I think I think it's so critical to get that as right as we can so we disrupt less in the future. It is not this board's goal to increase student mobility and all of that. And so that's the part that really is tearing at me. I've heard you answer it from conversations with administration. I haven't heard administration answer it. And that's why I'm trying to like get us a week or so, February 6th to the 16th. I don't know, get us a little time to actually make sure that people are making informed decisions with the best information. It's not just these rules. It's them visualizing their region, because people aren't trained to look for that yet either, and we need to help them. That's what I'm looking for.
Dr. Mabenga, allow you to respond. Ms. Chavez, you're going to have a comment in a moment, and then we're going to move forward.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sears. You know, this is not my leadership style when it comes to a tough decision where I see the board is pretty much split in half. I like to stay behind and see where the decision's gonna lie. But this is what I'm gonna say. We bought a plane tonight. As you all know, we spent more than 3 years engaging the community. We receive your feedback, and this is a working in progress. You all know that my administration has been very receptive. We will do everything that our board asks us to do. We've done it during the COVID, a tough time, and we are ready to do this as well. I'm going to reiterate pretty much what Dr. Hardy said. Without the votes tonight, you are making it really hard for us to move forward, because we're not going to be able to change the window when it comes to the application process. Board, trust us. We've done this hard work before. We're gonna bring all the resources possible. We have $18 million. When it comes to transportation, we have $1 million that we're able to put on the side. When it comes to growing together, we have about $2.5 million put on the side so we can address some of the concerns that our parents that we really value. But delaying a vote tonight is gonna make our job harder. I'll say this, a lot of these folks that are working here, they've been working really hard with this particular project. Delaying a vote for a week, these folks are not going to completely stop other responsibilities that they have in order just to target or to focus on one item. They're gonna continue doing other stuff, and at the same time knowing that this is a priority for our board. Ms. Viader said it. A week later, I don't see us really changing the plan. We can sugarcoat it, say how you want to hear it. Next week, we're going to have the questions and responses that you're asking. But I promise you, there are going to be more questions again. Are we going to delay for another week? Board, with all due respect, you trusted my administration. We've done some hard work during the COVID, and we are ready to do this work. That's a lot of board in the past, they did not want to touch it. This work, a lot of administration in the past, they did not want to touch it. I'm not going to say about my conversation with some other parents, other leaders in the community that represent the leaders of community of color. For them not to be here, each person have their own interpretation. I'll keep mine silent. This is great work that's gonna give access to all our students. We're really proud of this particular project, growing together. Durham is growing. DPS is not growing. I have 3 kids. 2 of them are in the 20s, 1 in the 30s. They all went to Wake County schools. As a parent, I dealt with this. All my kids were born here. All this transfer, I dealt with this as a parent. This is tough. for parents. When you're feeling comfortable, your child had met friends, you love your teachers, this is really tough. But I'll say this, my last comment for our staff, especially our teachers. It's been only a week when we heard comment from Little River. My staff knows this. We had a plan to go talk to the staff. But we're not just gonna jump within a week while we had other responsibilities as well. Little River is the only not school. We have other schools as well that we're going to meet with staff after school. Thank you, board. We take your feedback very seriously. We are pretty much in this business of continuous improvement. We're not perfect, but this is really hard work that my administration has tackled for the past 3 years. Even yesterday, they stay up to 7 p.m. trying to compile all those responses. A week, we'll do everything that you ask to compile all the information, but this is going to be the implementation that's going to take time. It's going to take a lot of manpower to make sure we get it right. 18 months away, a week, I don't think it's going to change a thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Chavez.
Well, I must say, I feel honestly conflicted because my biggest, I don't think, let me back up. I want to move forward with the rules as you laid out, Dr. Hardy. I think that is what I'm pleased with the way you've integrated feedback. And I feel settled. I don't have any uneasiness about moving forward with those rules, implementation rules. The part that is most standing out to me is relationships. I am and building, getting buy-in. We've heard from a lot of people representing a lot of different communities with concerns about moving ahead. And then we've also heard people from different communities who want to move forward. So I guess my biggest question that I'm asking myself, and I will ask all my other board members, is there, and maybe the administration as well, is there an opportunity to build more trust with the community if we delay the vote by a week? I'll say honestly, I also don't want to, I want to maintain our trust between, the board and you, Dr. Mubenga, and our administration. We are a strong district when we're united and move forward together. And so that's my wondering. I mean, I think policy changes things, period. It moves things along, but I'm also wondering if there's an opportunity to build more trust in this week or not. So I'd like to put that out to maybe to the board or Dr. Mubenga, if you want to speak to it at all. That is my only hesitation.
We're gonna do our due diligence to engage our families. ADM to us, enrollment matters. We're gonna do everything possible to engage our families. But would a week address that? I don't think so.
I want to thank my colleagues in the administration for the detailed conversation this evening. I appreciate that question, Ms. Chavez. I'm going to share a few thoughts and then we're going to move this forward one way or the other. So I want to talk about the plan itself and just be a little transparent in my thinking. I've got some pluses and minuses here. I'm gonna start with the minuses because I think they've been identified for us, and administration, I don't think this is going to be news to you. I actually the fourth and fifth grade legacy, I think is a compromise. And I'm not in support of the fourth grade piece. Because I think we're already struggling and I'm not confident that we can deliver on that promise. We're struggling to deliver on transportation promises today. So I'm concerned about that. I don't feel that the Montessori schools having a base zone goes far enough in reducing inequity. I think the plan does diversify those schools, but it still leaves us in a place where if you happen to live in an area, you can have access above and beyond your neighbors. We do have communication challenges, and we've had those. Natalie brought up, and it's fresh on my mind, that we had to work just to get paper home last May to outline the changes that were coming. And then I also am concerned we're not going to do DLI well enough. Dual language immersion is the best way for native Spanish speakers to learn. And while it's a step to say we're going to put it in 5 zones, and there are additional schools that have it, it's going to take an incredible amount of work to fill those programs with Spanish speakers, because those classes have to be 50% native Spanish speaker, 50% English speaker, and I'm worried we're not going to do well enough to deliver on the promise. That said, this plan has tremendous upsides. I am thrilled about class size balance. I'm thrilled that we will no longer have any teaching and learning in trailers. We're doubling our magnet seats. Our zones are unbelievably balanced in implementation. The administration has compromised to where there may be as few as 1,000 students affected, and perhaps even fewer. And then I think this is critical. This plan works to level the playing field in terms of economic privilege. That is critical. And we're not going to let things like transportation unbalance the work that this plan has tried to deliver on. I also want to talk just a second about my colleagues here and just to share a little bit with the community, because we are going to make a decision, be that tonight or next week. Beyond the visible diversity of this board, we have parents of students at all levels of the schooling. We have parents of DPS graduates. We have DPS graduates. We have future DPS enrollees. We have educators on this board who have taught in these schools. We have folks that have worked in support services in these schools. We have folks that are community organizers on this board. Finally, I want to zoom out to the macro and talk about where we sit in this educational landscape in this state and beyond. The state constitution says we have to provide a sound basic education for your students, for our students, for this community's students. You can drive to places in this state where you can see what a sound basic education looks like. You would not want to send your students there. Tonight, we're arguing about Montessori programming, dual language programming, visual and performing arts access, STEM programming, even sports. These are things that Durham does to go above and beyond the sound basic education mandate that we have to adhere to. And we do it. And it's hard to do. And this administration works incredibly hard to execute that so that we can have arguments about how many years of legacy can Montessori students have? How much DLI can we offer? Where can we have IB programming? You are seeing, I think you are seeing the cracks. I think you are identifying the cracks that are coming in this unprecedented time of attrition, of job renorming, the great resignation. We have cracks. They're visible. Communication is a crack. Transportation is a crack. And I'm sorry to say, more cracks are coming. You only have to look at our legislative agenda to know that we are about to face teacher staffing shortages across the state. And it doesn't help that we were just ranked as the 49th out of 50th state in terms of student funding, given our financial situation as a state. And then finally, this goes without saying, but we are going to hold the administration accountable to this plan. We are going to hold the administration accountable to this plan, to improve communication, to execution of the plan. And you also have the ability to hold us accountable. So that's a great segue into the democracy you're about to see. Parliamentary procedure. We have a motion on the floor. We have the opportunity to amend motions, to vote motions up and down. Board.
I'd like to call for
Fire.
the question.
Yeah, so thank you for that. It's great to put this in historical context. And it's great to, our beloved former school attorney, Ann Majestic, may she rest in peace. When she had cancer, Heidi Carter and I took her a meal. And she lived in Durham because Durham was her home through and through. And she wondered aloud if communities like ours could do this work. This is what was troubling her on her deathbed, because parents need to think and act in the collective while still acting in the best interest of their child. And she wondered if Durham could do hard, divisive student assignment work. She said it is the worst work that school boards and administrations try to tackle because it is so divisive. But she believed, and Heidi and I believed, that Durham could and would use this stressful time to actually come together and build equity and build something more glorious as we together bring our children together to learn, to play, to laugh, to create, to want more than a sound basic education, to demand more than a sound basic education. So in her spirit, we're here supporting this transformative work in Durham. And Dr. Mvinga, I know a week won't make a difference, but I certainly will hold y'all to accelerate communications right away, yesterday, because to our community who's been kind of watching on the fringes and then sometimes getting engaged and then sometimes seeing the piece of paper and the map and having great anxiety, it doesn't become real until we have the conversations that came out on the 9th. And so we're here 10 days later, and I know that feels like a complete whiplash experience for a lot of our community, and that's not what we want for them. So, you know, I'll go out and go with administrators. I'll go out and listen to parents. I trust we will work this through together. But it still comes down to that building trust question that Ms. Chavez presented. And this timing is not ideal. It's not. The pandemic was not ideal. It wasn't. And then here we are really tight up against this magnet deadline. And it feels like, and I need you to hopefully hear and affirm that if in conversations with our community, there's need to flex on this stuff, we will flex. We are, this is not a edict, but it is an ongoing building and conversation. And I've used too many words, but I just appreciate where we're going, and I want whatever decision this board makes to be unanimous. I don't want this to be a divisive issue, for this board. It is hard work for administration and for boards.
I was going to say earlier, can you all hear me?
Yes.
I would like to call for the question. The motion on the floor being to accept the Growing Together recommendations for elementary school rules for policy 4150 school assignment. In addition, the timeline for secondary school program recommendations. And just to say the last thing, of course, with the passing of this policy, as Ms. Marshall stated in her presentation last week, this is the first level of policy development, and more policies can be passed beyond here. Dr. Mbenga has shared that we have funding and a fiscal plan to deliver on our promises. I enjoy this rich discussion that we've had. I think everyone has had an opportunity to speak and share where they are. And I just want to acknowledge that there is a motion on the floor and see if we can go ahead and get this voted up or down with this very difficult decision.
Is there additional discussion before we vote? Ms. Byer?
Can we just take a straw poll to see kind of where we are? Because I get so passionate, I can't figure out what end is up sometimes. So, yeah, is that possible? Will the attorney allow that?
I mean, you certainly can. I'm not quite sure what that legally does, but if you want to do that before you vote, I'm not aware of a Robert's Rules reason that would prevent you from doing that, but you'll still ultimately need to vote on the motion.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not quite sure the purpose of it.
Well, because, and I appreciate, Ms. Lewis, I appreciate your tolerance of me. We're here in real time, and it's hard to see and read expression and things from you all. You all aren't popping up on camera until we get to you. And I know the hour is late. But it goes back to that trust question for me, and I still think we could use this, even if it's a week, to build trust. So that's kind of where I am on this. And that's what I wanted to be clear about.
So maybe I'll frame it this way. If folks have felt that they've been unclear in their position, and I can do that myself, we can speak to that. I think that answers Ms. Byer's question. I think some people have been clear about where they are, both on what a vote means, but also this extra week piece. I'm in favor of approving the administration's plan this evening with the expectations that have been laid out and looking to hold the administration accountable to those expectations.
I will vote to move this forward with because I do trust our administration to take our feedback and to continue building relationships around this issue and building that trust. And also, as I said, I support the rules as they're laid out and believe in the Growing Together initiative, and also think that if we need to make big changes later on, we will. But I understand that the timeliness with the lottery program to the magnet deadline as well, and so for all those reasons, I'm going to vote to move it forward.
I don't want to paralyze the work that has to happen to engage the communities, and I am ready to move it forward. Trust building is something that a system like DPS has to work on continually, not just today, every single day for all of our processes. And that is what policies do. That is what all these other things that we can work on in improving communication. That is lifelong work. It is not limited to one particular issue, but trust building is also very relational. It's intimate. A system cannot be trusted because it cannot be intimate in that sense, but it can have trustworthy people who care about it and work every day. And that is what I am telling you in terms of what my role is, what the role of all this board is to be good people, to really, really be as honest and as transparent as possible. If there's a leeway, I would tell you there's a leeway. But to me, I'm supporting this plan for the reasons I've stated before. And the trust building has to be ongoing. And it is definitely important to improve communication. And so, continue to engage us, and our administration heard really loud and clear the ways that we need to start engaging, and we will find out more ways to engage. We'll have to use any resource that we have to do so. So thank you so much.
It's still a no for me.
Okay, unless there's further discussion, we're going to do a roll call vote. I'm going to start with our two remote board members, then I'm going to come to Ms. Valladares and down this way. Chair Umstead,
This is Bettina Umstead, and I vote aye.
Ms. Lewis,
This is Javonia Lewis, and I vote aye.
Ms. Valladares,
This is Alexandra Valladares, and I vote aye.
Ms. Chavez.
Emily Chavez, I vote aye.
I'm Matt Sears, and I vote aye. Ms. Byer,
Natalie Byer, I vote aye.
Ms. Rogers.
Millicent Rogers, I vote nay.
I want to thank the administration. I want to thank our community for engaging with us this evening, with us last week, and for continuing to engage with us as we move forward. With that, this meeting is adjourned.